What's up, everybody? Back again. We're going to have a fun stream today. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. If you have a friend that's been watching from the sidelines, watching you have all this crypto fun without them, tag them, share this with them. There's no better time to get involved in crypto than in a bear market. Everyone wants to get involved in crypto at the peak. Don't let your friends do that. Friends don't let friends buy the top. Engage with them now. This is the best time ever. We have some amazing products, perfect for newcomers. The perpetual pools, there's 2 weeks left to mint perpetual pools. These are the best way to stake hex. You maximize your earnings, minimize fees, which is very important, and you have the bonus of instant liquidity. And we're even building further value into these perpetual pool tokens by allowing people to time lock their perpetual pool tokens to earn even more yield. So this is great for users who are using these as just an alternative to staking on their own, where they don't really care about the instant liquidity. They want to just stake their coins and they want to increase their earnings and minimize fees. This is a great addition to the ecosystem. Very timely at a time when people are filling up the blocks, DDoS attacking hex with these frivolous, tiny max length solo stakes. It couldn't be better. It could not even be better. I was looking at Twitter. Someone was showing how many individual max length stakes are going to be ending in 5 days from now. It's going to extract like $52 million of gas fees from the hex economy per month. And that is shocking. And that's just going to drive the gas price up. It's going to cause even more stakes of people on their own to be infeasible to end. And these stake pools are a solution for that. So it's all just perfect. It's like, it's like we've been beating the drum about this fee issue for a while, and it's only getting worse. And so it's very timely that that all this stuff is happening. In the background, we've got. Let me show you. As you know, we're over here. We are big Flamingosis fans. He just dropped a brand new mixtape, Mood Provider Volume 8. If you think we roll out projects fast, this is like his 8th full feature mixtape in like 2 years. It's like every 3 months he's dropping something new. He dropped a new one right around the time we launched MAXI, Mood Provider 7, and here we are, Mood Provider 8. And what's amazing about this is that I was at this show. I was standing right behind this guy for much of the show, and I think by this time of the show I was like a little bit further back. I was hoping to see myself, but yeah, like this one's a really meaningful one to me. Because literally I was right here. I have this funny video where I'm recording this guy dancing, and this guy just gets it. He's probably in Maximus. So we've got that in the background. Let's see what's going on. Here. Let's see what's going on in the chat. We can turn this down just a little bit. It's quite loud. Mr. Ego says, yes, sir, let's get it. Are there trading pools to trade our minted perpetuals for another perp? Yeah, so any liquidity pool, you can just swap from perp to perp. So I know some people are minting base to look for discounts in the other tokens. That's kind of a nice use case of it, because base really doesn't have much room for premium or discount. It'll probably just track the earnings. And whereas the other pool tokens, like over the course of 10 years for DESI, there could be times of really high premium and times of really deep discount. And so people that hold base, and are able to, accumulate that and then look for the right time to enter into another pool. That's a really strong strategy. So yes, you can be trading these pools for each other on Uniswap. Hexmicha says, yo, is this University of Hexaco? Yeah, that's right. This is University of New Hexaco. And I'm your professor, Professor Dipcatcher, here to teach you all you need to know. You don't need to know much. But also, you know, what I'll be doing is I'm going to be live coding the Maximus Diamond Hand smart contract. And you know, I'm really with these. One, it helps me just get it done faster because like if you guys are all watching me, it's not like I'm going to be goofing off and you know browsing Twitter, you know, taking you know looking at watching history documentaries like for no reason. Like you know, if you guys are watching me, I'm getting it done, and I get to you know boost the transparency, get to show you guys what it's like to actually build stuff. You know, hopefully to inspire people to be able to build their own stuff. And so yes, I really enjoy this getting to share this experience with you all. Hex Misha says hi everyone. Crypto Ryan says Maxi and team for life. Yeah, oh yeah, very important. In the next bull run, gas fees will be insane. Yeah, oh yeah, and that's something that's pretty important about gas fees. Is that everyone just assumes that the ETH devs are going to try to lower them. You know, when they say that they're working on scalability, that's not to pass the gas fee savings to the user. It's so that they can because they only have so many blocks and people are willing to pay a lot for the blocks. They want to just be able to make even more money. Like they don't want to lower your fees. They want to increase the capacity so they can charge more people a high price. So, you know, I mean, just think about it. If you had a business where there was massive demand for your product, would you be actively trying to lower the cost? Or would you be trying to keep the same cost but sell more of them? Like, just think about it. So that's what I think about the gas fee situation. And yeah, you should never expect that people are going to make it low, because why would they? Profit Maximus asks, hi, so when the mint phase ends, then we can buy and sell them at the open market at all time. Is there any benefit to buying in the open market? Yeah. So you can, you absolutely can. You know, if you missed it, you can just get in. And hopefully right after the minting phase is done, it's not like the prices just don't ratchet up to the next redemption rate. And then, you know, it's just like you're getting in and then you're in at a lower rate than the next time you'd be able to mint the same pool. So yeah, people buy all the time. I mean, look at the MAXI price. You know, it's like we had a lot of minting, but a lot of active buyers in that MAXI market. What'd you guys have for breakfast today? All right, guys, let's share this link out. If you don't already, follow me on here. Let's blast these across the bottom. Actually, do this one. So follow me on Twitter. If you don't have my Twitter already, let me share my screen and we'll show you this. If you don't follow me already, follow me, Tonto Nomanai. Search Dipcatcher. This is my Twitter. Love connecting on Twitter. Twitter's like the LinkedIn of crypto. A lot of fun. It's where all the discussion happens, and that's like, you know, you got it. That's like one of the best ways to like learn if you're like just getting started. Just participating in the discussion, answering questions, because there's so like if you ask a question, someone will answer it, you know, and just absorbing knowledge, because you know people love sharing knowledge. You know, like I'm not the only one. There's plenty of people. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Cash Fetch'em. Okay, so Mr. Yu asked a good question. He says, I just saw a weird transaction on Etherscan and Decimus where it showed a transaction where someone already redeemed back hex. How does that work? Yeah, so during the minting phases, there are also redemption phases. So right now it's 1-to-1 where you redeem. You can mint at 1-to-1 rate and you can redeem at the 1-to-1 rate. But then after this stake, so say for example, once the base stake ends, base will probably earn about 11%. So when the base stake ends, you can redeem 1.1 hex per base token, or you can mint one base token with 1.1 hex. So these minting and redemption rates are the same, just opposite. And so yeah, you can redeem and that's partially just to prove to the user that the redemption works. Like if you really wanted to test the redemption before you put a lot of money in, you could, to just kind of confirm for yourself. But also it actually helps normalize the price during this phase, because when it's both mintable and redeemable at the same rate, anytime the price goes above or below whatever that rate is, it's an opportunity for someone to sell into it and then get those coins and then mint, or to, buy it up and then, or to, buy it to restore that value where you'll get more coins for less. So the redemption is active during here. And so, yeah, that's what's going on. That's what you probably see here. Before we get started, why don't we look at the pool sizes? All right, so the base stake broke 13 million. Trio's almost at 13 million. Lucky's at 12 million. Desi's at 53 million, with 91 million hex staked in these pools in just 1 week. We have 2 weeks left, so things are starting to heat up, and we have 31 million.62 team minted. This will result in 6.32 million MAXI burnt, and then 9.49 million reserved for a 369 MAXI rebate, where in years 3, 6, and 9, 9.49 million MAXI is going to be redistributed back to team stakers during those years. So if you have team and you stake in those years, you're going to get back some of your MAXI. And then 15.81 million MAXI in the mystery box. And if you're new here, the mystery box, it is a mystery, and it will always be. So you should have no expectation. How could you have expectations of something that is a mystery? So pretty exciting times. What an awesome launch. 91 million hex in here. We're saving thousands of people from gas fees, improving the hex economy. Well, we're improving the hex economy while others seem to be trying to tear it down. There's some things going on that are causing a lot of people to do solo max length stakes right now. And that is actively attacking hex, and we're here to fight that. That's exactly what we're doing with this. Like we're helping save hex from this DDoS attack that's being that it's under right now. So if you care about hex, you will join these pools. Retrostatic says, the dojo of Maximus, we bow to you, sir. Thank you. I bow to you as well. Okay, I see. Basically, this person just interacted with the Maximus Perp website and reversed some Deci for hex. Yeah, perhaps they were just trying to make it happen. Just trying to test it for themselves, or maybe they were arbitraging. If the price was above whatever the level, whatever that 1-to-1 rate is, then perhaps they had just sold into it to restore that. Stylist. Oh my god, I didn't even read the name. Fancy seeing you here. Yes, Crypto Stylist is awesome. One of the she had, like, I met her in Vegas. She had some of the most advanced understanding of the whole system right off the bat. Like of all people that I've spoken to in person about this, it's like she already knew the game. It was amazing, amazing questions. Literally, we talked for like 2 hours on the topic. We're here at this like awesome party, and here we are just like discussing Maximus finance. Like that's what I went to that party for. And so she's awesome. Go follow her on Twitter. We'll have to get on a live stream sometime soon. Indeed, you and these Maximus gentlemen, everything better. Oh yeah, there was like we kind of had like our like little like kind of crew of of people that we had an awesome time with. You two are some of them. Coffee, Axis, GRC, Hex Monkey, Yastiv. The list goes. I'm not even naming everyone. I can't even name everyone, but there's a really awesome cohort of people there. Looks like the Pope designed the diamond hand symbol. It symbolizes hope, not strength. Yeah, I mean, there's it's like we just emanate strength, and so we can we can symbolize other things other than just strength, because it kind of goes without saying, right? But yeah, you're right. It's kind of kind of has some praying aspect to it. What I think it kind of looks like is the it's like someone's like holding a big diamond. Like imagine you had like a big diamond right here, and you're just like holding it. That's kind of what that's kind of what I picked up from it. Oh, thanks. Thank you. All right. So there's almost a mosh pit with the three large guys. Yeah, you, me, and Gold Key. Yeah, dude, you're tall. We're of the tallest people, but no, you were. And there was another guy in there that was really tall too. That was funny. That was an awesome time. Just wait for the Maximus Symposium, where maybe we'll have to try to match that. The logo's a high five in front of Hyman. Yeah, that's right. It's like you high five your buddy that you joined a stake pool with, because while everyone's crying about not being able to afford their end stake gas fees, like you guys are just laughing straight to the bank, and you're just like, like a 5555 carat diamond. Yeah, could be. Could be. All right. So before we get into building the contract, why don't we look at the, let's see, let me pull up the screen. Why don't we pull up this? We'll do a quick explanation on what Maximus Diamond Hands is. Let me turn the volume down just a tad. So Maximus Diamond Hands, it lets you showcase the strength of your hands and time lock your Maximus Perpetual Pool tokens to amplify your earnings. It's very simple how it works. You choose the amount you want to lock. You lock in before the Perpetual Pool stake starts. And if you unlock before the Perpetual Pool stake ends, some percent, which we still to be determined, we're seeking feedback from the community on really what the ideal early unlock penalty structure should be, but some percent of the amount early unlocked goes into something called the rewards bucket. After the stake ends, you can reclaim your pool tokens and claim your portion of the rewards bucket, which contains the pool tokens from early unlock penalties. So if you're in the trio Diamond Hands Club, then you can withdraw a trio that from the early unlock penalties. And any team or maxi that happens to be mysteriously airdropped into the reward pool by motivated team members who want to incentivize perpetual pool participation. So this reward system is compatible with team and maxi, and I think we may even add hex in the mix as well. And that's just for anyone that wants to try to incentivize the growth of these pools. You can just add a little bit of funds in there, like with team, like the whole purpose of team is to be a growth engine for these pools. And so people have explored different ways where they can take their team earnings to be doing, running campaigns or whatever to, incentivize people to participate in these pools. And this is just one of them where you can, rather than paying for ads to try to attract new people into the pools, perhaps you can just, if you don't want to execute on some type of ad strategy, you just put a couple dollars, however much you want into this thing, and that incentivizes people who are going to be joining these pools. So it's kind of like a direct, rather than like coming up with some other new token that we're going to like airdrop and try, having to like try to inject value into that somehow and build that pump of metals. We'd rather incentivize people with airdrops in tokens that are independently valuable. And so, and to also to kind of showcase the like generosity of the team community. Um, that's what we thought would be the best structure for an airdrop is more like a direct gift. So this is the team's gift directly to these participants, and we think that can be really effective. But no one is expected to do this, but perhaps the people that are most motivated to try to grow these pools, perhaps they'll be very generous with these incentives to the perpetual pool stakers. So that's how it works. We're going to be building that live on the air right now. It's not going to be too hard because it's basically going to be a copy of the team staking system. Because since team already uses the base stake as its schedule for the staking periods and the rules, we're basically just going to use that and then modify, since we're not burning the coins and reminting them here, it's like you're depositing them into a contract and then withdrawing them from the contract. We have to modify it a little bit, but the staking math and the reward distribution is kind of the same. So this actually may not take very long. So we're going to try to build this all today, live on the air, giving you guys an insight into how this stuff gets built, hoping to boost the transparency of this. Kind of let you all, into my world, into just kind of, as I'm going through this. And we're going to try to get this thing done. Like a 555 carat. If David Feeder shut up, dang, he's 6'3", I think. Dang, I didn't know that. It's a shame seeing some of these Hex Maxis thinking these Maximus DAO perps doing nothing for the price appreciation for itself. Oh, yeah. I mean, the original Maxi launch, it helped absorb so much sell pressure from Hex. Like, imagine if all that Hex that was pooled was sold. So that's it's really helped kind of pad the downside. And then these pools here, it's like this stuff is keeping so much money in gas fees inside the Hex economy. I mean, look at this over here. Before we get started, I got really heated right before we got on. I was going to do a workout in like the 20 minutes leading up to the stream when I scheduled it. But then here, let me show you what the conversation. Yeah, so our friend Crispy Man, he posts this thing. He's like, 30-day data of open stakes does not account rolling short stakes, etc. But what he shows here is that there was 5,216 individual max length hex stakes. So as you know, and when we go to this, so here's the math I did. So if you go to hexnoob.com/endstake calculator, and we do 5555, and so this is 50 GWay is like high for a bear market, but low for a bull market. So say it's like 75 GWay. That's almost 1 ETH per end stake. Like 75 GWay, like if you remember the last bull cycle when you're trying to end a stake, you were waiting for 75 GWay. Back when it was like 200, sometimes it'd spike up to 1,000. And we've covered in depth the ETH gas prices historically. And if you think that there's going to be more demand for these blocks, it's only going to go up. And especially when we have, 5,216 max length stakes ending in a month period in 15 years, where at current ETH block size, only 2 of these can fit per block. So that's going to be 2,000. So from the max length stakes in the last year, or in the last month, if only 2 can fit, and we have 5,216 over 2, that's 2,608 blocks worth of data. So how many blocks are there in a day? So it's 6 blocks per minute times 60 minutes in an hour times 24. So there's 8,640 blocks per day to contain all the information on the ETH ecosystem. This past month, just from these max length stakes alone, what did we say that was? It was like 20, like 2606. So other way around. So we have 5216 divided by 2. That's 30% of all the block space in a single day would be required to end these stakes. And that doesn't even count all the other DeFi and whatever other stuff that we can't even dream of yet is going to be happening on these blockchains in 15 years. So these stakes alone are just going to be filling the blocks up. And then the more competitive, and these are pretty high urgency transactions, because if you're trying to sell, you want to get your end stake done before everyone else does. And so there could be like this ongoing rolling gas war where the ETH block and even Pulse chain, like this takes up a lot of the Pulse chain capacity as well, where these max length stakes are going to be competing with each other, driving the gas price up. And the higher that gas price goes, the less of these become feasible to end. And so if you're the one that's holding, I know a lot of these are HSIs. If you're the one that's holding, even what you think is a large HSI now, but if that gas fee just keeps ratcheting up, you may be stuck bleeding out because, there's just so many individual max length stakes ending. So this is actually like a really horrible thing. This is a DDoS attack on Hex. DDoS means distributed denial of service. That's like if you're a hacker and you want to like cause some network to come to a grinding halt, you set out a botnet that's just going to like go and be like, flooding the network. That's literally what's happening here. And that's really bad for all the individual stakers. But what's odd is that this is like massively profitable for the stake poolers, because rather than everyone ending stake on their own, you're just ending stake in a big group. Then, we won't be affected by those high gas fees as much, because we can share that across thousands of people instead of every individual person ending their individual stake. So this is massively bullish for the stake pooling economy, really bad for Hex, and really bad for the people that are going to end up holding these. So what's interesting is that because a lot of these HSIs were done for ICOSA and they're going to be fed into this auction system, but even though those auctions are 90 days, so it may not be as urgent, there's going to be people that are buying these HSIs in auction. And when it comes time to be able to end them, there just may not be possible. And so that Hex ends up bleeding out into all the other active stakes. And here I haven't answered the question here. So this person asked, how does Maximus benefit / profit? Because here I said, while this is massively profitable for Maximus stake poolers, since these solo stakers are basically giving us their money, since we will be able to afford to end stake and they won't. This is a horrible user experience for those people, and it makes me feel so awful inside. So this person asks, how does Maximus benefit / profit from Hex stakers not being able to afford their end stake? So first, their late end stake penalties will bleed into the perpetuals and any other stake pools that we may launch. And two, these people who won't be able to unstake won't be able to compete in the market as sellers. So that's very important, because these are people that, were looking for that money at the end, and now they just can't claim it. And then those people won't be able to compete with you as a seller if you can't afford to end your stake. And then three, demand that would otherwise have gone into those small HSIs may flow into Maximus tokens. So we're seeing something pretty insane playing out here, where, due to the recent ICOSA launch, a lot of people were kind of, just kind of caught up in the whirlwind and really didn't think about like the end effect. And so what we're seeing is DDoS attack on Hex. And, as much as like inside, I feel this horrible gut sinking feeling that people are going to be caught on the wrong end of this, but at least that directly profits you all here today. So it's kind of this conflict of interest I have here where it's like, okay, I hate seeing people just giving their money. What they're doing is they're like small users are basically just giving their money to the whales, because who's going to end up with these? So like the largest hedge fund holders are going to be the ones that end up with the profitable HSIs. And who are the largest hedge fund holders? Think about it. You know, and also just by contributing to this, it's like they're even further making their own solo stakes infeasible to end. So they're just giving their coins away to the people that can't afford it, who are the largest hex stakers or the people that join pools. Like when we say that joining a pool lets you stake like a whale, like that's what we mean. It's not just the bigger pays better bonus. Like that's like a tiny part of it. The main thing is that you're less impacted by the gas fees, and so you can have more, you know, more variety in your staking strategies. So this is really important stuff that we're working. Like it only became more important, and it's pretty convenient. You know, it's actually very convenient that, you know, there's other things going on in the ecosystem that are kind of causing people just to burn their money, because it basically just goes straight to us. So you know, so maybe I shouldn't feel so bad about it, because, you know, it's not like I'm being quiet about this topic. You know, I've been talking about this topic for years now. So, Hexamancer, this guy won our giveaway. He says, you guys are millionaire makers. Big Bep is crying. Because here's the thing, and I keep showing this image. I showed it yesterday, and I'll show it again. Let's see, tweets and replies. Because this is kind of what happens. So so this is comparing stakepoolers versus solo stakers. So the only situation in which solo stakers are happy is if there's low ETH gas fees and low pulse chain gas fees. In that case, solo stakers are happy, stake poolers are happy, everyone's happy. We all carry on. But if either ETH gas fees are high or pulse gas fees are high, the solo stakers are sad, because if high pulse gas fees and low ETH gas fees, they can only get their stakes on ETH. But if there's high ETH gas fees and low pulse gas fees, they can only get their stakes on pulse. They can't get them on both. Meanwhile, the stake poolers, they're with like a perma smile, like, you know, because regardless of the gas fees, we can, you know, end our stakes, no problem. And then in this situation, which is, to me, if you think that blockchain is here to stay and there's going to be more use case of blockchain in the future, then this to me is like the likely scenario where both high ETH gas fees and high pulse gas fees. And here, solo stakers wrecked, absolutely wrecked. They can't end any of their stakes. Meanwhile, the stake poolers benefit from these people that can't end their stakes. And here we are, just laughing all the way to the bank. It's you and me, all of us here, all of us in this chat. Just, you know, we're happy in all the other situations, and here we are just like rolling in it because, you know, we could afford it. So this is very important. Everyone should go to this tweet and save this image. And anytime you're talking to people about gas fees and they're like, oh, Pulse Chain will save us, just share them this, you know. Maximus Con, the Maximus Symposium gathering of the Maximos, Symposium, Race for the Cure. Glad I never pulled the trigger on 5555 stake. Yeah, literally. I haven't staked solo since before Big Payday, and partially because all my hex was locked, but then too for, you know, new hex that I've acquired since. You know, I was like, better just hold liquid. And if you look at some of my old videos from last year, I've always been recommending, like, make sure you just hold liquid hex, because, like, you know, you can earn yield staking, but, like, you know, say, you know, in a year-long stake, you can earn about like 18 to 20%. The price could otherwise just pump 18 to 20% in a day, especially last year. So, like, what are you staking for? And so I've kind of always been on the side of, you know, if you're going to stake big and medium. But then then that's why we built Maximus, was to be a solution to enable more people to take advantage of these long-term staking and not have to pay the fees. So good. I bet you're not other people are kicking themselves now. People are mad at me about sharing this truth, and it's not like this is like an unreal, like, it's happening. It already has happened. Like, who here ended a stake last year? It sucked. It's horrible. Crypto Gains Club, what's up? It's the busy attack. Yeah, literally, like busy beavers. Everyone's so bored they just want to do something with their coins, and so they end up DDoS attacking Hex. It's kind of funny. Save us, DC. I will save you. Being a hot potato for the smallest eyes. Yeah. At least they have their hedger in. That's, I guess, one benefit, which is kind of funny. Oi, what's up? Retrostatic, you guys have taken sell pressure off Hex just in all the gas fees that people no longer have to pay to sell the price down just to pay it on stake. Spot on, dude. You get it. See, I think other people, they act like they don't get it, but they know it because they wanted to be part of the solution. Like, people are competitive and they want to be the one that was there for the solution. And a lot of people that have just been promoting Pulse Chain as a solution. It's like it's like that's what they've been for 18 months now. Been saying, "Oh, Pulse Chain will save us. Pulse Chain will save us." And so when someone presents a real solution that's live today that saves us on both chains, it's like it kind of like takes away from what they had been promoting. And so that's probably why you see people kind of not so all gung ho about it. And then also, it, like, if you're a big staker and you benefit from people not being able to afford to end stake, why would you be promoting this, right? Like, you don't want more people to be able to get their Hex. You want their Hex to bleed into your stakes. So there's kind of some, and that just tells you, it's like, because like, I don't have a problem with the gas fees, but I don't want to just like amplify my gains at new person's expense. Like, what's the point of that? Like, and so I think it really shows, it's like there's some people that just care about themselves and there's people that care about others. And, there's two types of people in this world. And, and I'm trying to demonstrate here, which one I am, to hopefully inspire you to be like that too. Because what would a world be if everyone just cared only about themselves? That would be kind of disappointing to be a part of. Great content, DC, as always. You're adding great value and time will prove itself. Keep being you, my friend, and good afternoon. Thank you so much, Peppy. Been a blast having you in the chat lately. In 15 years, nobody knows what ETH and Pulse looks like. Let's just hope all the forks that appear keep the value. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that as like a solution. Like, if Pulse Chain fills it up, that there's just forks. Like, okay, you can't just fork away from your problems forever. And like, if it's expensive to use, that's a massive success. That means that Pulse Chain is in demand. That means there's high demand for Pulse blocks. It means that there's high burning of Pulse for the fee burning. Like, that's a huge, because I know a lot of people will sacrifice. So, it's like you want the fees to be high. Like, there's no way around it, and like the low gas fee sales pitch for Pulse Chain, like that's to me like kind of just that's like the beginner, like lowest common denominator sales pitch. Because the real secret sauce in Pulse Chain is this dual chain, independent, like ETH and Pulse. Just now, it's like there's ETH, now there's Pulse, and then they're connected through the bridge, and then those assets are connected via the cross-chain markets on Pulse X. Like, that's a huge innovation. Like, that's like a market-based scaling solution that is incredible, because it's like you have these other networks where you basically just bridge over and you do stuff over there, and then maybe you settle back to ETH, but there's not like a market connection between the two. So having this like market connection between the system on ETH and the system on Pulse Chain, that's a huge innovation. That's the secret sauce behind all of this. And so that's the main thing, and that alone can cause a lot, because if there's just like a lot of trading, and bridging and trading across these markets, like that alone is going to take up a lot of the block space. And then if we attract other DeFi applications on Pulse Chain, NFT applications, or, who knows, it's almost like every 2 years, there's like a new like acronym. Like, there is the ICOs, and there's DeFi, then there's NFTs, now there's DAOs now, and then like whatever the next, it's like between now and then, there's probably going to be like 6 new like hype cycle acronyms that consume gas. And if Pulse Chain is full of those, then, it's going to be expensive. But that means that Pulse Chain goes up. So that's like, it's like high gas fees is a good thing. Like, that means your product is in demand. And the product these blockchains sell is blocks. And so high fees is a good thing. That's what we should aim for. You just want to make sure your assets outperform that. And one way to, even further outperform that is by pooling your hex stakes. Because even here, it's like in that best case scenario where there's low fees on both, it's like we're happy in all of them because we still got to experience all the other benefits like instant liquidity, amplified earnings, this Diamond Hands Club. So it's kind of a no-brainer. And we're helping to boost the hex economy as well while we're doing this. So it's not just like you're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for all of hex. Rock and roll. That's right. Always will be. Daniel says, I praise you for sharing this knowledge. Hey, man, I praise you for being here to absorb it. Hey, DC and everyone, thanks for sharing. Thank you for being here. Solo small 4K hex for 2 and 5 years when it's around 12 cents. Does sense to ES and restake in a pool, or just sit it out and see. Most of my bag is a MAXI team anyways. 4,000 hex for 2 and 5 years when it was around 12 cents. So if it's more than halfway done, your small 4K one will you'll be able to get your principal back. So download Staker app and then see what your early unstake penalty will be. If you can get your principal back, you probably should. For that 5-year one, that's a tough one because if it was when it was 12 cents and that's only a couple months ago, yeah, I don't know, to be honest. You'll have to look at the early unstake penalty because like if you're giving up more than half, then, and those aren't too long, because I mean, let's just see. We'll do a quick example here. Where's the hex noob end stake calculator? So you have a 2-year stake. So that's like, what's 365 times 2? That is like 730, right? So that's probably going to cost you, if the gas price, so say we're in like a modest bull market, 50 GWA in a bull market's a great price. Like I remember looking for 75 GWA to end my stake last year. So you'll be paying 0.0866. So, and say at the ETH price at that time is 0.0866 times, say the ETH price is like $2,500 and $216 worth of gas for that stake. And so what is $216 worth of gas times so 216 gas divided by, what do we think the hex price? Say the hex price just is back where it was when you got it, so 0.12. So that's like 1,800 hex. 1,800 hex is on half of your bag there, dude. And in 2 years, you're going to be earning like probably 40%. So you'll end up with maybe another 2,000. So say your end stake in 2 years is total 6,000. You're giving up 20% of that to the fee, just based on, you don't know what the prices of the fees are going to be and the PEX, but I don't know, man. Just check that, or like check that end stake penalty on Staker app, and maybe do that. Or honestly, in 2 years, just honestly, what you probably just need to do is just if you can, I would buy 0.1 ETH for that 2-year stake. Just go buy that right now during this bear market. Wait it out, and then in 2 years, just mint into the next base pool. So Yeah, that's probably what you should do. But follow your gut. But those are the things you should think about: is early end stake penalty, the cost. It's gonna. I mean, you just prepare to pay for that gas. So just buy 0.1 ETH right now to pay for it, and then just join the next cycle. If it ends in 2 years, you'll be here for the next base stake. So you'll be fine. And if you're in Maxian team anyways, those are the high performers. What would you consider a small stake? Anything under 100,000 hex. 100,000 hex, at least for a long-term stake. I think that's like anything below that, you really should be. I mean, anything honestly under 1,000,000 hex, you should be doing a stake pool. But yeah, 100,000 hex, I think is small. Solo here watching from work. Hell yeah, dude. Daniel Poke, you got this. Good vibes. Always. Good to see you. What's up? Another marketing term, Web3. Yeah, you're right. The Web3 crowd's so corny. That's so funny because, like, I've like worked in Silicon Valley, but I've never really felt like I was kind of part of this like Silicon Valley like culture. And these like Silicon Valley VC types and like tech types, they're just so corny, like with these buzzwords, and like they just sit around talking on Twitter all day, just like, oh, and they say things like, this is very interesting, or like transformative. They throw around all these buzzwords. They don't really say anything meaningful, and they just act cool for their brand online. And like, so I never really was kind of part of that crowd, and I've always kind of been like an outsider. And they definitely are the ones that introduced this like Web3 thing, which is kind of funny. All it takes is just like one thought leader to say it, then all these lemmings just run with it. That's kind of the whole VC crowd. It's like, oh, once the top guy invests, then we're all in. People don't really think for themselves. It's probably why I can't relate. Additional yield from Maxi team and perps going to give us cash for gas of our native stakes. Yeah, you're right. Literally, that's a solution I hadn't even thought of yet. That's a good idea. It's like all your gas savings from these ones are going to help you pay for your other ones. People have an opportunity to have rolling stakes to go forever with minimal gas fees. Yeah, easy choice. Easy choice. Pepe says, imagine how many more hex coins one can accumulate instead of throwing down all those gas charges. One will triple up their hex coins in legit pools. Yeah, totally. Like when this guy right here, like I'm here suggesting he buy 0.1 ETH because he needs it for the gas. Imagine if you could just buy 0.1 ETH worth of hex right now. Like, I better get a small bag of ETH to hold for future end stakes. Double cough. Yeah, it sucks, but that's the reality, Instead of acting like it's not here, you just gotta, you gotta take action and do something about it. I think a lot of people, and this is what we were talking about on stream yesterday, like, it's like they were so enthusiastic about their stakes. They kind of, they listened to the meme, like, if you know what T-shares are, you stake max length every time. And then they're taking like $200 from their paycheck every month doing a max length stake, so that in 15 years, every month they have a max length stake ending. Like, so many people listen to that meme, and now they're like, shit. And then when I'm here like screaming at the top of my lungs about, you need to be staking in pools, gas fee can be absurd, your stakes may not be feasible to end, they get mad at me for it. I'm like, I'm not the one driving the fees up. I'm the one driving the fees down. Like, so, but that's just reality of it. And it's better that people get mad at me because I can take it. Literally, I can take any type of verbal abuse that anyone throws at me, like, because I counter it, because I love the debate. I love the discussion. It's important. And, it gives me a chance to promote this message. It gives us a chance to, in public, put the facts out there, listen to people coming with their best points. And we have reality on our side, we have the truth on our side, and we have energy on our side. And so it's kind of like, who can even step to this? And thank you so much. All right, I need to start building, but let's see if anyone said anything meaningful on Twitter. Cool. Go ahead. Thank you for all these new people that followed me. Go follow me on Twitter, twitter.com. Tonto Nominai. Here, I'll put it in the chat just for you guys if you haven't followed me yet. All right, you guys. Let's put on some just like, we'll try a new one. Let's go no copyright, lo-fi. Let's go no copyright, maybe like hip hop instrumental. Let's see if we can. See if we like this. So we gotta get in the zone here. We're gonna be building Diamond Hands live. So for the new people in the chat, last time I explained this, there was way less people here. What Diamond Hands is, it lets you showcase the strength of your hands and time lock your Maximus Perpetual Pool tokens to amplify your earnings. You choose the amount you want to lock. You lock in before the Perpetual Pool stake starts. If you unlock before the Perpetual Pool stake ends, some percent, which we will decide, of the amount early unlocked goes into the rewards bucket. After the stake ends, you can reclaim your pool tokens and claim your portion of the rewards bucket, which contains pool tokens from early unlock penalties and any team or maxi that happens to be mysteriously airdropped into the reward pool by motivated team members who are trying to incentivize perpetual pool participation. So it's a very simple contract. It's based on the team staking contract. So basically the same staking rules as team. And there's going to be one of these for each one. So we actually decided we're going to call these the Diamond Hands clubs. Maximus Diamond Hands. Oh, this isn't the editable one. This is a Diamond Hands club. And so that's what we'll be doing. See if these, since we last checked. Oh yeah, 993 million in the pools. Oh my God, Trio passed base. Trio has passed base, you guys. Up until right now, it's the first time I've seen it where it went Desi, base, Trio, Lucky. Now we go. Trio is now in second place. If you have Liquid Hex right now, go ahead and join these pools. Go to perpetuals.maximus.cash. Do not fall for scammers trying to send you the fake links. Only do it here. Connect your MetaMask. Let's mint some. So here, you can choose between base, Trio, Lucky, or Desi. Let's join Lucky. We're going to put 10 hex in here. Let's see the gas fees. Oh, wow. Gas fees must be high right now because that's a lot. Let's look at the Etherscan. See what the gas prices are right now. Oh, my God. 25 GWay. It was just 5 GWay last night. Wow. Look at that. A lot of gas activity. Probably leading up to the merge. People are just managing stuff. So, you know, we're going to do it anyways, though, because we're just going to show you guys how to do it. We're going to pay this $2 gas fee to approve. So here we are, just waiting for it to approve. This is a 10 hex stake. What is that worth? 40 cents? That's all good. just an example. And now we're minting 10 lucky for 460. Imagine that. Could you, for a 40-cent stake, and this is like high gas right now. It was lower yesterday. It'll probably go down in a couple minutes, but $6 of gas for a 7-year stake. What do we say? Okay, so let's look at the instant calculator. So we know that one is 2,555 days. And even at current gas prices, that stake at the current gas price would cost you 0.14825. So what's the price now? Like $2,000 maybe? That's $300. We just paid $6. And that's all the gas you have to pay. What? No brainer. Oh, what's up, Gold Key? You're fantastic, my friend. Thanks for your work. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yes, only in the weekend. It's really cheap. Oh, yeah, that must have explained it. Is there a link to team page for Perpetual page? No, I was going to add one, but I didn't want to disrupt anyone potentially with any downtime on the minting. But if you want to go to the team page, you go to team.maximus.cash. It's all right here. All right, guys. So now we're going to start building this thing. We'll try to build this live in just a couple hours. Hopefully we have something on testnet we can all test together. So I kind of did some prep work yesterday. Thought I did. That's weird. What's going on here? Okay, well, I guess I didn't. Wait, maybe I did it in a different window. Let's find it. Ah, yeah, here it is. Here we go. Wrong window. Okay, so since we're basically just modifying the team staking and the team reward distribution contract, what I did is I just went ahead and just copied them in here. So we now have these. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in so you guys can just kind of see a little bit better. Makes it a little harder to. Okay. So here we're just importing the libraries we're going to use, defining this diamond hand contract. So there's two contracts here. So let's see. So we have the diamond hands contract, and then we have the stake reward distribution contract. And so what we just got to do is we just got to just start moving through this. So first, what we got to do is determine, what what needs to happen on initialization. So first let's think about this. What are the values that we're going to need for this? So probably something like we need. Well, we're mainly reading from the basic. Okay, so first we need to import the. We need to so diamond hands. These are going to be deployed where. So address. Perpetual pool address. Okay. And then we need, so then we are going to define, so address, so here we're going to call this perpetual pool address. We'll make that one. And then make this a lowercase pool address. And then now we need to say that perpetual pool address equals pool address. Okay. And then what else are we going to do? So, okay, so now we need to say, we need to import the perpetual pool contract itself. So let's do this. Let's go and get it from our other one. You can't see it on the screen, but I am copying in the perpetual pool contract. And we are going to add a contract here, call it perpetual pool.sol. Okay. So that's just how we can use that. And then there we go. Now we have that compiled. So now we need to say import pull it from the other one where we already imported it. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to instantiate the perpetual pool. So we do that by, let's just look at how team does it, because I always forget. Perpetual pool equals new. Okay, so that's how this one did it. So here we'll just we have some reference here. Okay, so perpetual. Okay, so here let's do this. Perpetual pool. Wait, perpetual pool, pool, we're going to call this pool contract equals, okay, so we just need to just define that like that. Oh, Lord. So pool contract. So let's just instantiate that, and now we can say pool contract equals perpetual, the name of the contract, perpetual pool, and then perpetual pool address. So that should let us see so now we have this variable pool contract, which we can use to call any of the functions from this contract. So for instance, if we want to get, so do we have get current period? down here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. So now, okay, so we already have these utilities which we're probably going to be using. So now, rather than saying perpetual pool address base, we can just go pool token or pool contract dot get current period. And now that should just make all this stuff work, because this get current period function comes from get current period in here. And current period, so all of the pools have this value called current period, and it gets updated as each stake starts and ends. So right now at the start, it's 0. When the first stake starts, the current period is 1. When the stake ends, current period is 2. When the next stake starts, current period is 3, and so on and so forth. So all of these utilities that we use for like to know if it's a staking period, and these are all the things that the that it relies on. This all just works. So we don't need to change any of this code. All this stuff is from the team staker contract, so all that should just work. So yeah, so now we have this, so that'll happen at launch. So what we'll do is, oh, you know what? We don't even need to do that. You know, another way we can do this, we can just say, so here, let's do this. We're going to say, pull it up down here, because in the other contract we have this already. We're literally just copying code from our old contract. See, I can copy this. No one else should, or else you may face some legal consequences. So here we go. This team token, we can just, from this other file, we are going to just say team token. For consistency, we're going to call it team contract, because it's actually team contract. So team contract, and then we have these functions. So, and then from there, let's just pull up. Let's go to the team contract just so we can see a list of all the functions. Team contract, get pool addresses from string. So here we're going to do get pool addresses, and that takes in a string. So let's add this function in here. So function get pool addresses. To get pool addresses or get pool address? Yeah, addresses. And it takes in a string memory picker, and that is oh shit. Oh no. So we can basically just copy this whole thing. So this is just like a proxy for a contract call. Public view returns address. Okay. So get pool addresses. So that's what we can do there. So we don't even need to type in these contract addresses. And we know that the team contract here, we do need to pull this in. So now we have team contract, and then we'll just call it, let's do this in team contract equals team contract of the address, team contract address equals that. Okay. So we have the pool address, we have the team contract address. We'll make this one a constant. Perpetual pool is pool contract, which we are pulling from there. Team contract equals team contract. Team contract. What? I just declared it. Just having a hard time compiling. Okay, this isn't compiling, probably because there's all these other errors down here that are preventing it. So we know that's right. This will clear up as these other errors resolve themselves. Oh wait, do we have auto compile? Yep. All right, I'm not really feeling this music, you guys. Too much squeaking. Let's go back to the basis. Okay. So now we have the perpetual pool address is going to be team contract dot get pool addresses, and where the ticker is going to be, so here, contract string ticker. Not sure if we had to do, let's see how this one defines it. This one has, I guess it did use the memory tag. So we'll use that as string memory. Perpetual pool address equals team contract get pool addresses, ticker, pool contract. So now we have a pool contract. I guess we don't even need to do this in the constructor. We can just do this in memory. Oh no, we have to. Duh, because we only get the ticker. We get the ticker from deployment, and so when we deploy, we're just going to say, we'll actually probably have a deployer contract, and then that's going to just be like contract, and it's just going to do all of them. So that's probably what we'll have there. Okay, so we have the pool contract ready to go. So that's the first step. Okay. So what else might we need in this? Well, why don't we start here? Let's start with the deposit. So we're going to call this whole thing Diamond Hands Club. And so we're going to need functions like join club, function join club. This is going to be external because it's only people outside are going to be using it. And it doesn't need to return anything, so we can just do that. So what does this function got to do? It's got to be able to allow people to transfer their funds in. So first, it's going to be kind of like the stake team function. So why don't we just like look at this and see what it has? So it's going to have a new okay, so it's going to be a function of amount. So it's required that amount is 0. Here, let's just copy all this stuff in because we're basically going to use the same thing. So here we go. First, we require that the amount is 0. So that means that, so here, let's add some helpful messages. You must join with more than 0. So this new stake record, we're going to just add, so we'll probably keep that because we're using the stake record thing. So here, we're not going to burn it. What we're actually going to do is, since we're not burning, like this isn't like team where we burn and mint the coins, we need to transfer. So we need to go perpetual pool. We need to go perpetual pool dot transfer. Or you know what? I don't know if that is like that. So so here we're doing pool contract, and then we're gonna do IERC20 pool ERC. And so that's like when we're using functions like burn. I mean, we always burn here, but like transfer, approve, all that stuff. We'll do that. So here now we need to say, so we're gonna have pool contract, and that's for like the pool functions, which there may not actually be much. Well, that's actually for reading the information from the pool, but we also need pool ERC equals IERC20 perpetual pool address. So this is used for transfer, balance of, etc. This one is to be used for at current period, etc. So functions that we defined in perpetual pool are there. Things are just standard ERC20. We'll just use the interface for the ERC20. So here we just do pool ERC. Pool ERC dot transfer from message dot sender to address this and the amount. Yep. Amount. Okay. So sends pool token to Diamond and Club contract. And then now, so we do need these variables: global amount staked. So we have uint 256 global amount staked, and we need a, we're just going to pull this from the team contract just so we don't have to worry about typing it right. So we have global amount staked and user amount staked. Global amount staked. So here, uint public. Yep, let's see that. Putting total number of pool tokens. So just like in team, we have this global amount staked, user amount staked. And so when you join the club, you are saying amount is greater than 0. You must join with more than 0 pool tokens. New stake record amount. So we'll do that in a second. Transfer from the user to there. So you also must approve. So that's another key piece here, which we're going to go ahead and add. So require pool ERC dot allowance owner spender. So we need the owner is going to be message sender. Spender is going to be address this, pool contract address. So we're requiring that the allowance is greater than or equal to amount, right? You need to allow this to send at least, so greater than or equal to is at least the amount that they have designated. And let's add a little helpful message. You must approve. Okay. That's always helpful, just to make sure that even though it throws an error, but the error message isn't very helpful. So that's just for like a user-facing experience to be better. New stake records, we'll do that in a second. Pool ERC20, so we transfer, we update the global amount staked, and we update the user amount staked. And there you have it. That's how you join the club. So you join the Diamond Hands Club. Okay, we already had these in here, so let's just get rid of them since we already defined them. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. So we already have those. So now so I think we need to update this. So every time where we see staked team per period, let's just get rid of these team mentions here. So we're going to change, so we're going to do Control F. We're going to do, so staked team per period. We're going to replace that with staked tokens per period. So here, before we do that, let's just toggle through and make sure that everything that we are looking at so stake team per period, stake team per period. Yup. Okay, so let's go ahead and just replace all. Does this replace all? There we go. Record of number of, let's see how many times we have team. And let's just replace it with tokens. Before we do that, let's just check everywhere. It's mostly in the comments is what it looks like. All right. Okay, so this one we don't want to replace. Okay, so we'll take care of that at the end. Actually, no. We're going to replace all team with tokens, but then now we need to find supported. Okay, so we did that. Staked tokens per period. So here, the stake record should be the same, right? So there's a staker, there's a balance, there's a stake ID, the stake expiry period, stake tokens per period, and it's initiated or not. Okay, so now we have this global staked team per period. So why don't we find everywhere that's used? Global staked team per period. Okay, let's just look through all those, make sure there's nothing weird that we don't need to consider here. Yep. Okay, so we're going to replace global stake team per period with global stake tokens per period. All right, it's looking good. Stake record, that's the same. The stakes. Okay, so we already copied this function. So here we can remove this. And now let us take this. So we want nice, clean documentation. So join club for staking tokens. Checks if user balance exceeds input stake amounts. Save stake data via new stake record. Burns this. Okay, it doesn't burn the stake token. It transfers stake tokens to the Diamond Hand Club contract. And we update global end user stake tally. Okay. Now, number of tokens staked, including observers, 48 decimal units. Stake 1 tokens, enter 1 token, enter. Okay, so we've done nothing. We updated these values here to the naming is consistent because you're not staking team. And then this one here, so new stake record amount. So let's see what we got update here. So next staking period is get next staking period. So that's right. Stake record, stakes, staking period. If stake.initiated equals false. Yep. So stake ID, next staking period, stake initiated true. Staker, message sender, stake expiry period is next staking period. Is initials true. Okay. Stake balance, equals amount plus stake balance. Stake dot stake tokens per period equals next staking period, or is amount plus that. And let's go ahead and add these events back in. So we don't have a mint event. We do have let's see if we need to change it. Staker amount, current period, stake ID, staker amount, stake period, stake ID, staker amount, staker period. Okay, those should just work. Okay, so let's put this down here because I like to group the functions by the stuff that they're next to. So we have join club, which calls new stake record, and new stake record is right here. So we have that. And we emit that stake. Okay, so get current period. Okay, so this is something we need to be careful with, is the get current period. Oh, wait, no, we do. Let's see. No. Get current period. It must be that, yeah, okay, we already have it. So pool contract, I get current period. Okay, so we're good to go there. Okay, so join club, amount greater than 0, makes sense. Make sure the allowance is right. New stake record, amount, pool ERC20 transfer from the user to the contract in this amount. Update the global amounts, update the user amount. This one stayed entirely the same. Okay. So early end stakes, this is the user facing one. So it has this early end stake record thing. So we'll do that in a second. Current potential penalty scaled. Oh yeah, okay. So here's where the penalty comes in. So that's the big question here, is how to assess the penalty. So for testing, let's just leave it as is, but this number is going to change. And so all that remains the same, but here, rather than minting it, we are going to transfer. So IERC, okay, so this is going to be pool ERC dot transfer to, and then the amount. So 2 is going to be message the sender. Just like that. That's all it took. Early end stake record. Let's check if we need to change anything here. So current period is current period. Get next staking period. Pull up the stake record. Make sure it's initiated. Make sure that the stake expiry is not expired. Check the balance. Make sure the balance is greater than the amount. Decrement stake tokens from next staking period. Global stake tokens per period. Yeah, all that remains the same. Okay. Boom. We're crushing this, guys. This is going so fast. And we're not stopping until it's done. End completed stake. So this is when your stake is over. So we run that end expired stake, decrease the global amount, increase the user amount staked. And then here, rather than mint the amount, we just do the same that we did above. So pool ERC20 dot transfer message dot sender, and the amount is going to be amount pool, where the balance that they request, or the amount they request, must be less than or equal to the balance, just like in the normal one. Okay. Extend stake. Current period is get current period. Next staking period, next staking period. Stake record is the stake. Require that it's a staking period. Require that the stake expiry period equals the current period, meaning that this is the active stake period that you are committed to. So this is if you want to roll forward. So exactly like in the team contract, if you want to roll forward your perpetual pool token lock, you are going to, it has to be active. So you're extending it. Stake expiry period, stake tokens per period, next staking period, stake. So we plus the stake balance. That means you roll forward the whole thing. And we restake the expired stake. Okay, I mean, that's right? Okay. Expiry period equals next staking period. Stake tokens per period. Okay, that's right. You're always extending your current one, so you're never depositing the other one. That's right. Restake expired stake. So that's like if it's already ended and you want to just rejoin the club, you do current period, stake record, pulls up the stake, requires that the stake expiry period is less than the current period, requires that your stake balance is greater than 0. And it creates a new stake record of the stake balance. It does the amount equals stake balance. And then it closes this one out. It basically unstakes it without reminting and then creates the new stake record. And then let's go to that. Oh, that's cool. Wow, this must be a new plugin that I have. So let's do. So when you restake your expired stake, you just basically just restart it. Yup. Wow, that is nice. Oh my God, I wish that I had that before. This must be like a new version. All right, guys, we're humming along. So we're now done with all that. So the prepare claim is where we're going to have to do something different here, because what this one looks at is the balance of the contract for the rewards. But we actually, okay, so we need to break out the claim into the reward bucket. Yeah. Or let's think about it. Maybe we want to just save a number that says how many are penalized for that period. So we have some type of like penalty tracker so that we know what to send to the stake reward distribution address. Yeah, that may be the best way to do it here, because like this is where it gets different, because in team staking, like all the rewards go into team contract. There's no coins in the team contract. So here we need to adjust this so that we have a record of the penalties from that period. And then at this prepare claim step, we send the penalty to the claim thing. So yeah, that's what we got to do here. So we got to do something with this period end balance thing. But here, I have to use the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to put on just something on the screen so you guys don't get bored here. But here, before I do that, let's answer any questions. Crypto King says, boom, what's up, Hexicans? Will, what's up, Will? 1.5x. Sounds like the MAXI premium in June. Essential truth. That's right. Hopping on to thank you, Dipcatcher, for doing this live. What you're doing is actually unique, transparency-wise, for the community and product. Honored to have this rock-solid foundation of X. Thank you, man. That really means a lot. You know, I love that it adds transparency. It helps me get this done. Literally, honestly, if I was doing this without on live, I'd probably be goofing off by now, to be honest. So it's actually very helpful in helping me focus. Fellas, what's up? Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, that easy. How long is the Diamond Club stake? Each pool has its own, and it's the length of the pool. So it's like as if you did a solo stake where you stake and then you lock up till the end. Oh yeah, my Hex toy already answering. Same like this period, this pool token your diamond handing. Waiting for base through trio. One more quick question. Let's say I don't get a lucky. Is there an interest period again after a year, or would you have to wait 7 or 10 years? Yeah, so you would have to wait for those ones. There may be more pools in the future. You can always buy in, and then you may, who knows what rate you'll get, but you can always join that by buying. So that's always welcome. Hex stake to pools is just like if you just bought a horse and buggy in 1905 and then the car comes out, boom, roasted. That is a great analogy. It's like you just staked your hex solo and then the pools came out. And there you are, just stuck in the mud. Toast. Tiago Duarte, hi there. Hi there, Tiago. Welcome. Okay, so here. Let us pull up the... let's go to gold keys. So here's gold key explaining the pools.
Dipcatcher, can you see it? All right, guys.
All right,
we are
I'll be right back.
Maximus Diamond Hands. Showcase the strength of your diamond hands and time lock your Maximus Perpetual tokens to amplify your earnings. It's a very, very simple product. How it works, you choose the amount you want to lock in, you lock it in, and at the end, you can claim tokens. So why would you do this? And what type of rewards are you looking at? So very simple rewards, early unlock penalties, and this amount has yet to be determined. But essentially, if you, a lot like staking hex, but not, it's going to be different as far as what that looks like. And then direct airdrops. So if someone were to, out of the goodness of their heart, send MAXI or Team or a list of other tokens to a Diamond Hands, the Diamond Hands contract, that would be distributed to Diamond Hands, the Diamond Hands. So next steps, our goal is to launch this before the end of this. Actually, we have to launch it before the end of this. So how you prepare for that is mint perpetual pool tokens. This is exclusively for those holders. And then, as I mentioned, the penalty amount has yet to be determined, and we really want to get the community involved and hear what people want from this. So if you're a perpetual holder, we invite you to collaborate with us and determine what that looks like. So yeah, that's Diamond Hands.
Yeah, it's what we're really excited about is that this is a way for people that are in the perpetuals as an alternative to staking solo. So people that they don't really plan on, selling at any point. They're planning on holding till redemption at least. This lets you, effectively do that, lock your funds in the contract, and then you earn from people that locked in, but then for whatever reason, maybe there's a really high premium they wanted to sell into. Maybe they needed cash for something. Maybe there's a big discount and they had to pay and they panic sold. Whatever the case may be of why someone would early unlock, those early unlock penalties are just redistributed to the people that maintain their position in the Diamond Hands contract.
And one thing I do want to point out that I didn't mention in this, this is completely optional. You have complete freedom if you want to join this to, for the opportunity to amplify your yield. You can do that, but if you want to just hold liquid and hold the perpetual tokens, you're absolutely able to do that. So this is completely optional time locking.
Yeah, fully opt in, and
And it's very similar. It's basically a fork of the team staking and the team staker reward distribution contract, where it's not every year, it's for the length of each pool. So if you join the trio Diamond Hands game, you're committing to lock in till the 3rd year. If you're joining Lucky, you're committing to hold through all 7 years, Desi all 10 years. And so, it's a big commitment, but it's just like the team staking, where you have to start your stake before the staking period, and then you have to hold your Diamond Hands lockup until the end to claim the rewards. And then similarly, you don't automatically roll into the next cycle's Diamond Hands. You have to, at any time during the current one, you can commit to the next one. So it just as most of you already know how the team staking works, the Diamond Hands staking is going to be just like that, but for each pool.
Yeah.
And so we're really excited about what this does. It introduces, I think, a lot of new game theory to this, between the premiums and how people hold and the early end stake. And then what this gives the people that demonstrate their Diamond Hands and hold all the way throughout, this is a way just to boost your earnings. Because if you were to earn, say you had, just say, for example, 1,000 trio, and then you join the Diamond Hands pool, and then at the end of the Diamond Hands pool, you can claim 10 trio, and then maybe, MAXI team or, whatever that anyone may have, just, as a way to try to encourage people to join the pools. Maybe they just want, team members are welcome to invite people to the pools by incentivizing them through these Diamond Hand airdrops. So all those earnings that they get, it's just like boosted earnings to the perpetual pool position. So, if you started with 1,000 trio and you went through Diamond Hands and ended up with 1,000 and, say 1,100 trio, then from your perspective, it's basically as if you minted your trio for 0.9 hex because you got 10% more. And so this is a way to boost your earnings, while also, committing to the ecosystem in a way that, currently with the perpetuals or with MAXI for that matter, it's all, there's not like a commitment that you can opt into. Mm-hmm. So I think this is going to be a really powerful thing, really powerful opportunity for people to, to earn more yield.
This is also something that we're building because people really wanted it. The ethos of delayed gratification is very strong within our community, and I think with a lot of people, the perpetual pools and that liquidity option, there was a lot of people that were like afraid to hold these high appreciating assets and not be time locked. So this is just a way for those people to utilize. Because here's the thing too, is like these pools, the liquidity aspect is really an added feature, and I think a lot of people look at it as like the main feature. But for the people that are just using the perpetuals as maximizing yield and saving on gas fees, ways to stake hex, those people now have a way to, if they already were planning to hold it for a year or for 3 years or for 7 or for 10, this gives them that ability to do that and, participate in something pretty cool. So very excited. I think people are going to love it. Again, it's a very simple contract, and that's what we're trying to present. And of course, it's going to be fully trustless. And like Dipketch said, it's basically the team contract for the perpetuals. So
yeah, our goal is to roll it out before the perpetual pool minting ends, so people have a chance to join. And if we're cutting it close, we can modify the initialization so that for the first sequence, like, maybe it starts like a week after all the pools start and then ends and then picks up right on schedule for the next time. But since it's just basically a copy of the team staking mechanism and the team staker reward mechanism, all that stuff's already built, and so we're just gonna run with it.
And you saw right there like right there, we just already worked through the whole staking thing is done because we literally just barely modified the team staking. Excuse me. Holy moly, the perpetual's over 100 million hex. Let's take a look at that. Oh my God. $102 million hex. Staking the pools. 10,775 T-shares. Oh my God, the mystery box ratcheting up. Oh my God, guys. The pools are on it. We are on it. I'm so thankful to everyone that joins these pools. You are saving hex. You. Yes. All you people, you are saving hex. There's plenty of people out there who are trying to destroy hex. Specifically, all the people that are solo staking max length, they're trying to destroy hex. But you, the perpetual pool holders, you are the ones saving hex. And you should be very proud of yourself. I am so thankful for you. And this is really what this whole movement's about. So I appreciate every single one of you. That's incredible, you guys. We've done it. This person says, just want to suggest a new community to try engage with and look to show a better way with Pulse Chain. If you guys want to look into, shut it out. Sweat coin. Oh God. Sweat coin, is that a named after Gold Key's Sweaty Pits? Or is it named after the gas fee to the Pulse or to the Maximus stakepoolers, which is going to be sweat off your ass? You won't even care about it. I'm sorry, Shambo Hex. Sorry to make jokes at your expense here, but yeah, dude, doubt sweat coin is going to do shit for helping save hex, and that's what we're here to do. Japadadian says, never thought about a gas in the future. Did stake a few in the past and all 555, but now I think it'd probably not be the best to end game. Maybe I'll end it to a gas fee. Maybe all I can do is mint hedger before and give up the stakes. Well, at least you got the hedger in. It's an honor to be within the ranks with you. Hell yeah. All right, guys, let's get back into it. We're raging code here today. We're going to knock this thing out of the park. Let's pull up some background music. Oh, let's see what these guys are talking about.
Liquidity. So if we type in hex on the liquidity here, second load. I'll do this chart. Liquidity. This is hex USD2 liquidity. So we don't have because if a guy sells like $1 million worth, he's not going to get the same price because it's going to slip because all of this blue bars down here This is only like 40 grand per tick. 40 grand, 40 grand, 40 grand, 40 grand, or 30 grand, 30 grand, 30 grand. Like the dude sells $1 million, he's going to push the price way down against himself because of slippage. Whereas if buyers step in, there's a lot of liquidity here. They can accumulate a ton. So you want a whale to accumulate up this range versus sellers are not going to sell down and get slipped so hard. I don't know if this is making sense. It's kind of hard to describe because
it makes. I mean,
if this red line goes right, hex price goes down. If this red line goes left, hex price goes up. If this red line goes left, hex price goes up, but it goes up slower because there's more liquidity to move through. If hex price goes down, it goes down super fast because there's just a huge hole here where there's no liquidity there. And people aren't going to take that loss unless they know that, of course, it's for sure going to fall to 1 cent or something like that. So I mean, right here, down here, you got 3.2 cents.
All right, get back into. All right, we're gonna put this on, and we're gonna knock this shit out. Okay. So we got to figure out this prepare claim thing. So we need to make the reward bucket. And then that actually is probably going to go in the reward bucket contract. So we'll do this. Let's compress that. So contract, reward bucket is re-entrancy guard. So we're going to need the pool token address. So address, pool, so pool, be consistent in our naming. So let's look at, okay, so so let's just copy this whole part of the constructor into our okay, we don't need this. Perpetual pool address. Pool contract is perpetual pool, perpetual pool. Okay, so we got our reward bucket. So the reward bucket is really what's going to have this, all this stuff. So okay, so we don't need that. Let's get rid of that. MAXI headroom. Let's pull those in. Okay. Okay, so all right, think about this. So people are going to stake in the Diamond Hand Club contract. When they early end stake, those get sent to this reward bucket, and then the reward bucket needs to go to the reward distribution. Okay, so there's 3 contracts here. So why don't we do this? Maybe I don't need to do this in this bucket one. Yeah, I think we do need to do this then. Okay, so we're gonna do need to get the pool contract. Okay, so prior pool contract dot is staking period. Okay. Latest staking period equals, okay, so we need to get, again, so these ones are not marked as non-reentrant, so this should just work. To record period imbalance, false, period imbalance, there. Okay, so we need to define this when we deploy this, we also need address, stake, reward, distribution. Let's call it SRD address. Okay, so we need to add a function here that is, since we're calling this for another function, we gotta do a Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so we need to reference the diamond hands. Okay, so let's try this out. We got to make sure we're doing this right. Excuse me. I don't think stake needs team token. Let's just read this one first. Okay, so we deploy this, we get we need to pass in the stakeholder distribution. So here, let's go and just deploy. It's fine from here. Measures public. Deploy the stakeholder distribution contract and need to deploy Okay, so we're deploying the reward bucket. So reward bucket, RB, new reward bucket. What does reward bucket take? Okay, so it probably just needs the stake reward distribution address and the Diamond Hat Club address. So those two. So SRD is going to be stake reward distribution address, and then Diamond Hand is going to be address this. Okay. Stake reward distribution. That takes in, it's not the team address, so this one is going to be the DHC address. DHC Diamond Hand contract. No, it was Diamond Hand Club, and that's going to be DHC DH contract. Then we have DHC address equals DHC address team token. It's not team token, it's going to be DH contract equals Diamond Hands Club. Okay, so now we find where it says team token. We are getting, rather than team token, we are doing DH contract right. Tokens DH contract. Get claimable amount. Or no, get claimable amount is not there. So we also need let's see. Get claimable amount live. See how it says here. Do you think that the mystery box will airdrop its tokens to perpetual stakes? That is a mystery and shall remain so. That is a friend. That is a mystery, my friend. I love mysteries too. Peppy says, your coding looks very clean and efficient. Simple reading for many as well. You're great at what you do and very transparent. Your time and value is much appreciated. Thank you so much, Peppy. You're awesome. Can the perpetuals be burned like MAXI? Yes, they can. That would be a cool type of penalty to add a little burn action in there. But no. This is awesome. We can learn how to code. Great streams, DC. Thank you. So if you go to team-dashboard.anvil.app, all right, we got to push through this, you guys. I'm here just trying to figure out the best way to do this, because pretty much what we need is the we need the reward bucket and the the claim address, we need them to talk to each other. But the way I currently have it, where we deploy the stake reward distribution contract and then the reward bucket, or the reward bucket first, the stake reward contract doesn't, it's like we need one to deploy the other probably, because they both need to know both the addresses, because the reward bucket needs to know the stake reward distribution contract so it can send it the coins, but the stake reward distribution contract also needs to know the address of the reward bucket so it can ask the reward bucket the balances. So I guess what I'll have to do is, when I deploy stake reward distribution, maybe I just need them both to be able to access the... Okay. Here's what we do. All we have to do is make a function that says function get SRDA, that's stake reward distribution address. And it's going to be a public view. Simply going to return, so public view returns address, and that is simply going to return stake reward distribution address. Okay, and then let's do the reward bucket one too. So address RB, let's just copy this for the, oh no, that's not the reward. This is the reward bucket address. Reward bucket address. Just copy this. Get RBA, that's reward bucket address, and then we are doing return reward. Yes. Reward bucket address, just public reward bucket address. Okay, so now what we can do here is okay, so where's the... So the reward bucket, it needs to know the SRD, but we pass it in because we already... You know what? Let's just give it the parent address. Okay. And then we have... We don't need the SRD address. We don't need to pass it in because we're just going to collect it. So here we're going to say stake reward distribution address is going to be dhcontract.get stake get SRDA, boom. And then we are going to have the likewise, okay, so perpetual pool address token, we are going to say I guess here. So here, let's get this one up top. Perpetual pool address is going to be DH contract dot get perpetual pool address. So I don't think we can just call it like that. I do think that we need to expose that in a function. So let us say, okay, we're just going to do get PPA. So get PPA. And then now let's go up here. These are just our little helper functions. Get PPA. We're going to return the perpetual pool address. Okay. Okay, so when we instantiate the reward bucket, we say okay, so that means that we need to instantiate the stake reward distribution one before we deploy reward bucket contract. So we got that. Now we deploy reward bucket contract. Okay, so here we go. So we need address, public, reward, bucket, address, blank. Then, so we're going to require that reward bucket address equals address 0, which is the default. And then we are going to set it reward bucket address equals dh contract dot get reward bucket address. Okay, so we need to run this get reward bucket function after just this point before the first time that this all takes place. Because the first time that it does that, because here now we need to do, we need that reward bucket contract. And so we just say reward bucket. Okay. Here we go. So reward bucket equals, call this the reward bucket contract, and then we're going to set, so here get reward bucket, and then we're going to set reward bucket contract equals reward bucket equals reward bucket equals reward of the reward. Okay. So that should get us the reward bucket contract. So now we can do reward bucket contract dot is get claimable amount there. No error, so it must be sender period ticker stake ID. Yep. Did user stake claim from period? Yep. Dual amounts greater than 0. IRC of the token address, which we got from, where is token address? Okay, so we got it from there. Transfer, okay, so to the sender, the redeemable amount, because this is the stake reward distribution one, so that's right. Collect supported token. Where is get supported token? Get supported token is in reward bucket, so that's why. Reward bucket contract. Okay. All right, so we may be done actually. Let's walk this through. Okay, period end. Okay, here we go. Prepare claim. Okay, so let's see what is this. Let's find the get global staked. Okay, so it doesn't have the right return value. Public view returns. Doing 256. Okay, we have one error left, you guys. Let's hunt that thing down. Okay, so reward bucket. What does reward bucket take in? All it takes in is the Diamond Hand Club's address, which is address this. Boom. That's what we're looking for, you guys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That is what we want to see. Our contract compiles. Now it's time to test it. Let's see if it works. Wow, we did it, you guys. Let's tweet this out. How many hours have we been streaming? Just under 3 hours. And we shall tweet some tweets. Wrong, dude. Wrong. They are more likely to be more expensive. Let's see. In 2 short hours, we built the Maximus Diamond Hands Club track. One hour of I would say 3 short hours live on stream. We built the join the stream and watch us test and get your questions answered. Share the link. Where can we find the link to the stream, you guys? Stream, you guys. Oh, guys, that was so easy. I mean, now we of course have to check. I'm sure there's something that we need to fix here and there, but we really made a lot of progress right there. Where is our, okay, here we go. Bob Farter asks, or says, thank you, Bob Farter. You decided on a penalty yet? No, not yet. Still in the works. For those of us that have already staked or are minted perps, we can't take part in the diamond hands. Where would you have staked the minted perps? Could you please do a short video of what this new contract is? Yeah, I'll answer your questions right now, but we'll publish just a short one. Here, maybe we'll do this. We will explain diamond hands in 1 minute, and then we can just share a clip on YouTube. So how about that? So here, let me get my little Notion doc up here. Where is it? All right, I'll try to do this in 1 minute so we can do a YouTube clip. Okay, so Infinite Potentiality asks, what is the Maximus Diamond Hands games? So Maximus Diamond Hands is, all right, redo. I called it game. Game was the original name. It's called Maximus Diamond Hands Clubs. So ready, action. Infinite Potentiality asks, could you do a short video of what this new contract is? Yes, so the Maximus Diamond Hands is a way for you to showcase the strength of your hands and time lock your Maximus Perpetual Pool tokens to amplify your earnings. Here's how it works. You choose the amount you want to lock. You lock in before the Perpetual Pool stake starts. If you unlock before the Perpetual Pool stake ends, some amount, a to be determined amount, of the amount that you early unlocked goes into the rewards bucket. After the stake ends, you can reclaim your pool tokens and claim your portion of the rewards bucket, which contains pool tokens from early unlock penalties and any team or maxi that happens to be mysteriously airdropped in the reward pool by motivated team members to incentivize perpetual pool participation. This is fully opt-in. And this is really for the people that want to use these perpetual pools as a true alternative to staking on their own. While many users love that you have the instant liquidity, some users just want to use these for the gas fee savings and the amplified earnings. And so this even lets them further amplify their earnings by locking in and collecting early unlock penalties from the people that said they were diamond hands but didn't have what it takes. That is Maximus Diamond Hands. To participate, you must get your perpetual pool tokens. You can get that at perpetuals.maximus.cash. You can mint them one-to-one with team. And this will be launching in the next couple days. So we'll talk to you soon. So hopefully that was a minute long. I don't know if it really was. So hopefully we can clip that up. But infinite potentiality, that's what it is. Great stream is work as always. That's right. Crypto King says, my diamond hands are itching. Let's go. Yeah, my hands are itching as well. All right. So why don't we do this? Now let's get this thing ready to test. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we actually need to deploy this system on the other contract. So what can we do? What can we do? Because we need the team contract, because that's what it all reads from. And we need the pool contract. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to deploy a test version of team and a test version of the perpetual pools. And we're going to add something in there that actually lets you increment the period, just so we don't have to wait when we're testing. And then, well, okay, so on the perpetual, so here, let's do this here. This perpetual pool contract, this one is for testing. So let's call this one perpetual pool test, just so we're clear. Changing the name. Perpetual pool, rename, test. And then here we need to say perpetual pool test. See if we can, if we need to change anywhere else, perpetual pool. Okay, so we're just going to replace all with perpetual pool test. Here in perpetual pool test, let's add some functions. We need to add a faucet, so we don't have to go through the whole minting thing, because that's just kind of dumb. So function faucet doing 256 amount public int out. Yep. And then we are going to do another function. So this is increment test period. Public. And we are going to do current period plus equal 1. Okay. So now, why don't we need to create a new contract? So this is going to be team test.sol. So let's come in here to copy this whole thing. And then here we need to, rather than, so here let's search perpetual pool. And then again, we need to replace all with, here, let's just toggle through to make sure we're not missing anything weird. Okay, so here we replace all, that should resolve. Yep, come on, come on, come on. All right, so now let us deploy this. We are going to deploy team test. And let's make sure, okay, let's first, let us go to, okay, I don't want to deploy, I've already, okay, we can do it. Let's just make sure we're on pulse chain testnet. Okay. Let's inject the provider 941, that's pulse chain testnet. See what happens. Yup. Yup. Okay, we did that. So now, shit. Actually, no, we're okay. We're okay. So now in Diamond Hand Soul, rather than using the real team contract, we just need to use this one. It's right there. Come on, compile again. So weird. Sometimes it just like doesn't register. Duh. Okay. Undeclared identifier, perpetual pool test. It is declared now. Can we replace all perpetual pool with perpetual test? Okay, so now we compile. Okay, so now what we can do is we can deploy Diamond Hands Club. I think, right? Is there anything else we need to add? Okay, string ticker. So here, why don't we do this? Before we do that, we're going to pull up base. So let's get the base token, get pool addresses. So let's go base. We have that. And now we can now deploy a perpetual pool test, and we just load it from the address right there. Let's see if this works. So let's test this out. So let's see what the current period is. Current stake period, current stake principal. Okay. Decimals 8. Okay. None of that's going on yet. And see the faucet. Let's test the faucet. So let's do 10,000 of these units. Or just a bunch. We're doing a bunch here. Okay. So we got that. And now that we have this base contract, okay, no, we just need base. So why don't we now deploy our Diamond Hand Club contract? Ticker is going to be base. That works. Ooh, error. What happened? Oh, duh. So it's not team contract that we're doing this from. We're going to do, okay, so we'll just pull it in. So import team test soul. And then just go straight to the source. Test. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay, so we've already declared that. So stake reward. So let's do this. Let's go call it. So everywhere in here where we say stake reward distribution, stake reward distribution. So let's see how many times we see that here. We're going to replace that with DH stake reward distribution. Now we should have a, says identifier not found or unique. Yeah, it is. It's up there. Team test. Oh, now we need to change the name of, let's go to team test. And then this one we are calling, damn it. Okay, we're going to have to read this. Okay, that deployed. Let's get rid of these deployed ones. So let's deploy team test dot sol. And then what do we have to do? Oh, let's do the perpetual pool test. Let us deploy that from these guys. So let's just get the base one. Okay. And let us deploy perpetual pool test at that address. Yup. Let's get ourselves a faucet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 1 unit. So 10, 20, 100,000, whatever. It's a lot. Okay. So now let's try to deploy diamond hands where we have this team contract right here. And then here we have Diamond Hands Club getting deployed for the ticker base. What the hell's going on? Team contract. Get pool address. What's the name of the function we're calling here? Okay, let's try this. I wonder if it's something with, am I importing? Oh, I don't even have IERC. So let's see if this, do I use IERC in here? Yeah, so duh. Let's try this again. With the right libraries imported. Duh. Now we shall try Diamond Hand Club of Base. Okay. Wait, I already had it. So it wasn't that. Deploy, stake, reward distribution. Deploy reward bucket contract. Reward bucket RB equals. So why don't we try this? Something wrong in here. So why don't we just copy this shit in here? Okay. What the hell's going on? Is it a problem with deploying? So here, let's do this. Let's turn these to public. We'll do these after. Probably is. and we'll just comment them out. Just got to see where our problem is stemming from. Okay, so it isn't. Oh wait, it wasn't rendered yet. Okay, so it looks like the error is in these ones. So here, let's. Okay, that's good to know. That's how we figure those things out. So let's just get this back up to where it was. I prefer to define things that don't change and make them public constants. Let's just test one more time. All right, let's see this. Let's see if we can read our perpetual pool address, and that will tell us if we can make the connection, right? So we look at perpetual pool, OX1B4, and then the base that we saw earlier, 1B4, perfect. Okay, so we've got that connection down. Now let's see what the problem is. Okay, we'll just start with this one. So here, we can just, let's close this one that we just deployed. Let it okay, compiled. Now we shall see if we can deploy it again for base. Okay, so it looks like we can deploy the stake reward distribution contract. So it looks like we've identified the source of the problem to be the reward bucket contract. Let's bring that back, and then we will confirm. What? What? Well, shit. Guess that's so weird. I wonder what was wrong. Okay, so we have stake reward distribution. So here, why don't we do this? Remember, we have to DH stake reward distribution, and we're going to deploy it at this address. And then here we can do the get reward. Let's reject it first, because if we look here, it should be all zeros. Yep. Now when we click get reward distribution contract, should be zeros until it appears. It shouldn't let us do it again because it should have already gone. So looks like we need to add something to the get reward distribution. Get reward bucket is contract get RBA. Okay, well, let's just go see what get RBA returns. Okay, so RBA is not saving. Let's make sure what get RBA does. Address SRB. Oh, here, let's close it out. Let's do a brand new Diamond Hands Club. We are deploying word bucket contract. Oh, okay. So the last one was deploying. Okay, so let's go down to deploy reward bucket contract. Diamond Hands Club. So DH contract we have here. Diamond Hands Club DH contract. Is that Diamond Hands Club address? DHC address. Diamond Hands Club. Okay, so let's make sure when we deploy a reward bucket, we're taking in address this. So Diamond Hand Club, DH contract, Diamond Hands Club, DH contract equals Diamond Hands Club of the DH address, which we pass. Perpetual pool address is going to be DH contract.ppa. So let's find this one. Get PPA. Perpetual pool address. Okay, so now what we did earlier, we need to kind of do right here. Pool IRC 20 pool ERC of the perpetual pool address. Okay. Oh, duh. We need this to be, so everywhere we see team contract, We're just going to say team test. Yeah, let's see if that's the solution to our problem, that troublesome team contract thing. So we're Diamond Hands Club for base. God damn it. Okay, that wasn't it. Oh, I bet this is why. Well, duh. Guys, we're so dumb here. We are so dumb. We are so dumb. How did you get so dumb? That's what I tell my dog. I either ask my dog, how did you get so sweet, or how did you get so dumb? And we just got real dumb right there. It's the main net address, not the test net address. Smart, we would have just passed it in as a variable, but we're not smart. And that wasn't even the solution. That was something wrong, but it wasn't even the solution. Okay, so why don't we just tack away at this? See if this works. Okay. I wonder what's passing is the DHC address. No, we already know that. We're going to do this line by line until we figure out. There's probably like a programmatic way to do this, but okay, so that is a success. Oh, it must be some reentrancy thing. Let's see. If this fails, then we know that it's with this line, and so it's probably a thing with like calling. Yeah. That's, yep. Okay. I know the problem. Here's all we have to do. Well, I think we know the problem. So let's break this out into a function called function activate, and doesn't take anything. And we are going to say public. So let's paste this stuff in. So let's require perpetual pool address equals address 0. So that means it hasn't been there. No, there we go. So, all right, we're doing this now. And then we have to activate. Okay. No, what's the issue here? Okay. Looks like we got that. Okay, so now we have Diamond Hands Club. So now let's see if we can get RBA, boom, PPA. Okay, so we have the perpetual pool address. We have the reward box, reward bucket. So I think that's what we have to, yeah. So what we have to check here is we need to render the reward bucket at this address. Boom. Now let us look at we shall activate. Okay, so that had to have been it. So basically when we deploy, we have to deploy it and then we need to activate the reward bucket. And so there's really no rush on that. So it's not like it's a time sensitive thing. But basically as soon as that happens, we just need to do it. Okay. So we got that. And then let's also, just for good measure, let's pull up the stake reward distribution contract. And let's, what? So it didn't let us. Reward bucket contract. This goddamn reward bucket, man. Oh, no, we have to get the reward bucket first. This is part of our activation. We need to get the reward bucket. Okay, someone should write these down for me. We need to activate the reward bucket, and then we need to, from the DH stake reward one, we need to get the reward bucket. And then now this works. Here we go. Okay, now that went through. So base should throw up. Yep. Boom. Boom. Yep. Should fail. Yep. We've already prepared them. And that one, we've already done it. Yep. Okay. All right, guys, we did it. So we have successfully deployed the, it'd be funny if I was all on mainnet. Let's tweet about it. Let's tweet about our progress. I wasn't expecting this to be done so soon. Do we have to stake before mid phase ends? Yes. Yes, you do. Hexiest man in the world. What up, my dog? Hey, what's up, dude? It's great chilling with you in Vegas. So I have a bundle of MAXI, trying to find the best play. Convert all the team, then use liquid hex to get base. Yeah, man, that's spot on. You know, whether what balance you put into team or not is totally up to you, because it's like team boosts the MAXI value, but also team is like a high flyer. So totally up to you. But liquid hex into base trio, lucky and desi, that's like an awesome killer staking ladder. Lots of flexibility, lots of, premiums to sell and do. It's just like an awesome setup. Can you hop on Twitter Space at 5 doing AMA? Yeah, I will. Oh, okay, Joe. I will send you that right away. I have all my throwaway addresses, but I actually wanted to come up or just have a really good, just a good address. So we didn't forget. I just didn't want to because that's a valuable thing that you're giving us. So I wanted to make sure that we had a properly generated address, and I just haven't gone to the place that I do that at yet. So thank you. Diamond hands activated. Boom. Boom. Penalty UA sometimes serve less than 20%, 85%. That's a good idea. Like a sliding scale, it's really not that difficult. We just do perpetual pool token current day divided by perpetual pool token get latest day, or get stake phase end, and we do look. So Name has a good idea there, and it wouldn't be very hard. It would be something like where is it? This get early. Okay, early end stake. Okay, so here penalty. It would be something like get penalty based on an amount. And so this is going to be a public public returns. UN256. So like it would be pool. Where's the pool? So pool address. Okay, so pool contract. Like pool contract dot get next day. So it'd be like UN256 days served. Is get hex day minus pool contract. Get stake and day. Wait a minute. We may not be able to do this actually. Here, let's do this. Public view. Read public variables from other tracks. Okay, we can. Okay, so that would be kind of what it would be like. It would be something like, so days served is going to be hex day minus stake end day, and then we have Days remaining equals no, stake start day. And then it would be pool contract, stake end day, minus days served. And so we would do something like with that. So I'm not going to quite do that now. So I'm going back if I think it should be time-based or just like a flat, it's just a flat penalty. So Optima asks, I haven't been able to watch any streams on Diamond Hands Club yet, but I have the idea. Be able to set the time I'm going to lock them for. Oh, it's where you lock for the entire duration of whichever stake pool you are participating in the Hands Club. Equivalent to staking solo, except you have gas fee and boosted earnings. An individual played 2 million. Oh my God. Okay. This is the second huge whale you've pointed out. And time-based sort of doesn't make much sense. Yeah, you may be right there. It's almost like there needs to be an option to stake for longer than this term. I should get a bit higher bonus next rounds. Yeah, so that is a good idea, but we're trying to keep this as similar to the team staking system as possible, and then that like kind of disrupts there. This one is like where you roll forward into the next one, but it's not necessarily like a longer pays better bonus here. While that is a good idea, I just don't think we have time, because then that would require like a whole lot of more testing and stuff. Whereas like if we keep as close to what we know works already. But I think you're right. And, perhaps for other pools, we could launch new Diamond Hands systems that are different and we have a little more time. How much hydrogen per team stake? So it's based on the T shares times days times 1,000 because it's B shares. So that's the total team that the stake earns. And it's divided amongst the people that staked team for that year where that stake ends. So whatever you think that is, that's like the main driver is the team stake rate, size of the pools and team stake rate. Is team also technically MAXI, or does its value only come from the fees earned off the perpetuals? Yeah, so team is not backed by MAXI like how the pools are backed by Hex. So team's its own thing. So its value comes from partially the fees that it's earned from the perpetuals, part from the MAXI rebate where team stakers can get back, 30% of the MAXI minted in a team is redistributed back to team stakers. But then it's mainly just its own supply and demand. So, where that's like the main value. The earnings is just kind of a bonus. But the main value is just in its own own team supply and demand. True. 25% is the perfect penalty. Yeah, I mean, so let's think about that. So 25%, so that would mean you have to be a pretty tough bind where you like really need the money. But it is a little high where that would limit participation, right? Because like you want people to participate, but then because if it's so high that no one will do it, then there won't be any rewards. And those people will just because then what that's saying is that they think there's like a 25% chance that they will need the money. So I don't know. Like I go back and forth because that would be good for if people were willing to tolerate that penalty. And maybe being a high penalty makes more people want to join, even those that aren't ready to join. I don't know. This is a tough decision. I wish there was something that we could look to the real world for. Fog Raderaphone says it just seems like the most incentive for everybody to hold the longer is better overall, but really it seems the opposite, as in the more people to pull out actually helps the holder. Yeah, it's like the more people that pull out is what drives the rewards. Because like if no one pulled out, there would be no rewards, just the airdrops from the voluntary team and MAXI that's thrown in there. Very, very difficult. Phenomenal work in game theory on these derivatives, and even though it is code we can care about, I can attest how badass these are as people. Thank you. It was a great media. 19%. That is a nice one, actually. Sure, I feel like most answers have been 10% and 50%. 25 is kind of in the middle and slightly towards the low end. Yeah, it is weighted more closely to 10 than 20 or than 50. Oh my God, what if to unlock it, you had to send to early unlock, you had to buy some team and send it in. What if that was the penalty, guys? Or what if that was part of the penalty? Like, what if it was like 50% of your coins? No, because then we'd have to compare the value of the team to the coins. We don't want an oracle. So I was just joking that people should have to pay team to get out of the early end stake penalty. It would be too hard. We're keeping it simple, guys. No new features. Penalty is the last thing that we need to decide here. Okay. So Oh, excuse me. I'm still recovering. I came back from Vegas just like, ugh. Okay, so I'm going to wait here. So we're going to do a banner. Let's do create a banner. It's going to say lunch break. Tune in for the AMA on Twitter Spaces at 5 p.m. Pacific. Okay. So here, I'm gonna go eat real quick. I haven't eaten all day long. Starving Marvin over here. But while we wait, or just while you guys wait, why don't we just put on some? Here, we'll replay this.
I see some people in the chat. I see Maximus says the best vibe in crypto is the Maximus DAO community. That's right. We've really got something special going on over here. So about just the like a commitment that you can opt into. So I think this is going to be a really powerful thing.
For the new people watching.
What's your mom?
Hey, Grandma.
Call your mom too.
All right, so just watch this. You can learn about while I'm eating, you guys can learn about this stuff.
Have my signal. Unleash hell.
What's up, you guys?
Back
Happy
again.
Sunday. Rocking these Maximus DAO shirts. Dip catcher made. We put our faces on them, and our we rocked in Vegas. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, we need some. While we wait a little bit to let people in, we got a little special groove. Tonight we have a very big announcement. It's going to change the game. You guys are going to be the first ones to know about it.
Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Share with a friend. If you have a friend that's sitting on the sidelines, watching you have all the crypto fun, time to get them in.
We're just having fun out here, baby. The rest of the market's not, but we are.
Hey, honey drippers. That sweet, sweet yield.
Your boy needs some new internet, but we're rolling.
Wow, Tacoma. Nicholas Cruz Bolom says, "Hi, Maximus is cool." Thank you. You're cool too.
Hey. We're definitely gonna have Flamingosis at the Maximus event.
Oh yeah.
Date to be determined.
sell the rumor with the merge. What an iconic time for a launch. Big change in Ethereum. Hopefully a big catalyst in general for the markets. And we're just going to keep rocking and rolling no matter what they throw at us.
We'll give it another 1 minute while we wait. Tweet it out, guys. Share the link. Share the good news on this fabulous Sunday.
You that what? What's up, Space Case? Birthday class, evening, Maximus.
Okay,
Who agrees that you are the highest performer? Raise your hand if you agree. Monday. Let's pump the perks. That's right, Space Unicorn. You know what's going on.
So we'll just say what's up to everybody, and then we'll hop in. Thank you guys for joining us. We're almost at 100 people in here. That's awesome. Hope you guys are excited for the week.
If you want one, I'll send you the link to buy one.
And we will be launching a merch shop after this launch. Didn't want to launch it during, just because. So that's one thing. We'll give you guys a clue what we're announcing tonight. It's not a merch shop, but there will be one very soon after this launch. Your money is just better spent not buying clothes. It's getting in these perpetual pools. Join the team. It's the best you can be doing right now.
Switty Edit says intergalactic. That's right.
I like his tie-dye shirt, and that the green on it, or whatever color that is, makes him like invisible. That's sick. We could design some shirts that are for green screens.
We just hit 100 viewers in the room.
Hit that like, hit that share button.
Share with your grandmother.
Yeah, what's your grandma doing?
Call her. Tell her.
What's your mom?
Hey, Grandma.
Call your mom
You
too.
heard about the pool?
Call your mom, tell her you love her, and tell her to join the pools. Change your life. All right. We're hopping in. Let me drop this. Oh, that was the best part. Well, that was the perfect drop. Welcome, 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 everybody. Tune in this fine Sunday evening. We got some exciting news to share with you guys. It has to do with the latest products we've launched, specifically the perpetuals. So it's going to give you some added opportunity. One thing that we've talked about with these pool tokens is yield on yield opportunities. And so this is going to be one of the first. So let me go ahead and share my screen. We'll hop right in. Dipcatcher, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. We are dropping Maximus Diamond Hands. Showcase the strength of your diamond hands and time lock your Maximus Perpetual tokens to amplify your earnings. It's a very, very simple product. How it works, you choose the amount you want to lock in, you lock it in, and at the end, you can claim tokens. So why would you do this? And what type of rewards are you looking at? So very simple rewards, early unlock penalties, and this amount has yet to be determined. But essentially, if you, a lot like staking Hex, but not, it's going to be different as far as what that looks like. And then direct airdrops. So if someone were to, out of the goodness of their heart, send MAXI or team or a list of other tokens to a Diamond Hands, the Diamond Hands contract, that would be distributed to Diamond Hands, the Diamond Hands. So next steps, our goal is to launch this before the end of this. Actually, we have to launch it before the end of this. So how you prepare for that is mint perpetual pool tokens. This is exclusively for those holders. And then, as I mentioned, the penalty amount has yet to be determined, and we really want to get the community involved and hear what people want from this. So if you're a perpetual holder, we invite you to collaborate with us and determine what that looks like. So yeah, that's Diamond Hands.
Yeah, it's what we're really excited about is that this is a way for people that are in the perpetuals as an alternative to staking solo. So people that they don't really plan on, selling at any point. They're planning on holding till redemption at least. This lets you, effectively do that, lock your funds in the contract, and then you earn from people that locked in, but then for whatever reason, maybe there's a really high premium they wanted to sell into. Maybe they needed cash for something. Maybe there's a big discount and they had to pay and they panic sold. Whatever the case may be of why someone would early unlock, those early unlock penalties are just redistributed to the people that maintain their position in the Diamond Hands contract.
And one thing I do want to point out that I didn't mention in this, this is completely optional. You have complete freedom if you want to join this to, for the opportunity to amplify your yield. You can do that, but if you want to just hold liquid and hold the perpetual tokens, you're absolutely able to do that. So this is completely optional lock-in, time locking.
Yeah, fully opt in, and it's very similar. It's basically a fork of the team staking and the team staker reward distribution contract, where it's not every year; it's for the length of each pool. So if you join the Trio Diamond Hands game, you're committing to lock in till the 3rd year. If you're joining Lucky, you're committing to hold through all 7 years, Desi all 10 years. And so, it's a big commitment, but it's just like the team staking where you have to start your stake before the staking period. And then you have to hold your Diamond Hands lockup until the end to claim the rewards. And then similarly, you don't automatically roll into the next cycles Diamond Hands. You have to, at any time during the current one, you can commit to the next one. So it just that as most of you already know how the team staking works, the Diamond Hands staking is going to be just like that, but for each pool.
Yeah.
We're really excited about what this does. It introduces, I think, a lot of new game theory to this, between the premiums and how people hold and the early end stake, and then what this gives the people that demonstrate their Diamond Hands and hold all the way throughout, this is a way just to boost your earnings. Because if you were to earn, say you had, just say for example, 1,000 Trio, and then you join the Diamond Hands pool, and then at the end of the Diamond Hands pool, you can claim 10 Trio, and then maybe MAXI team or whatever that anyone may have, just as a way to try to encourage people to join the pools. Maybe they just want team members are welcomed to invite people to the pools by incentivizing them through these Diamond Hand airdrops. So all those earnings that they get, it's just like boosted earnings to the perpetual pool position. So if you started with 1,000 Trio and you went through Diamond Hands and ended up with 1,000 and say 1,100 trio, then from your perspective, it's basically as if you minted your trio for 0.9 hex because you got 10% more. And so this is a way to boost your earnings while also committing to the ecosystem in a way that currently with the perpetuals or with MAXI for that matter, it's all there's not like a commitment that you can opt into. So I think this is going to be a really powerful thing, really powerful opportunity for people to to earn more yield.
This is also something that we're building because people really wanted it. The ethos of delayed gratification is very strong within our community, and I think with a lot of people, the perpetual pools and that liquidity option, there was a lot of people that were like afraid to hold these high appreciating assets and not be time locked. So this is just a way for those people to utilize. Because here's the thing too, is like these pools, the liquidity aspect is really an added feature. And I think a lot of people look at it as like the main feature. But for the people that are just using the perpetuals as maximizing yield and saving on gas fees, ways to stake hex, those people now have a way to, if they already were planning to hold it for a year or for 3 years or for 7 or for 10, this gives them that ability to do that and, participate in something pretty cool. So very excited. I think people are going to love it. Again, it's a very simple contract, and that's what we're trying to present. And of course, it's going to be fully trustless. And like Dipketcher said, it's basically the team contract for the perpetuals. So
yeah, our goal is to roll out before the perpetual pool minting ends, so people have a chance to join. And if we're cutting it close, we can modify the initialization so that for the first sequence, like maybe it starts like a week after all the pools start and then ends and then picks up right on schedule for the next time. But since it's just basically a copy of the team staking mechanism and the team staker reward mechanism, all that stuff's already built, and so we're just gonna run with it. I see some people in the chat. I see Hexicus Maximus says the best vibe in crypto is the Maximus DAO community. That's right. We've really got something special going on over here. Some about just the nature of these products attracts like a really positive person that's looking towards the future and wants to build solutions and have a good time, and not worry too much. And I think that's really what we capture here. Energy off the charts. That's right. Wind shirt. Fun time. Perpetual pool party. Hey. What's up, Luther? Let's see. Name with the first perpetual staking. Was he the first one to chime in about it?
I think so.
Hex token. Oh man, more money printers. Oh yeah, this is like putting your money printer in a money printer. This is a way to print. No, this is a money printer.
It really is.
You lock your coin, you lock your money printer, and if you lock all the way through, you get more money printers.
Pump
Hex
perps.
is one of the first. Who knows what else?
Well, back to the other comment about pump the perps. I mean, yeah. So to participate in this product, you need the perpetual token. So if you don't already have them, go stack your perps.
Yeah, and with the with the ability to include tokens that aren't included in, or not just perpetual pool tokens, but to have the MAXI and team specifically. Here's an opportunity for people that are in team, and and obviously fully voluntary. No, absolutely nobody is expected to do anything towards this. But what better way to incentivize people to join the perpetuals than to send a little bit of team or a little bit of MAXI to the Diamond Hands contract to distribute to the people that get to mint. And so this could be like an easy way to, almost like an ad campaign where, rather than spending money on ads or like sponsorship or some other thing, you can just incentivize those users directly with that airdrop feature. So we're pretty excited about that. That could be pretty exciting, and it gives people an opportunity to to boost their earnings of the perpetuals.
Yeah.
One of the first diamond hands. Why don't you explain the logo and explain kind of the thinking that went into all that?
Yeah, I mean, it's diamond hands, right? So we got diamonds. We got.
Can you zoom in on it? Can you zoom it, like make the logo?
Yeah, I'm exporting something right now, so I'll pull that up real quick. But yeah, I mean, I saw like diamond hands is like a term that I think people already understand, and so definitely did a lot of research on like what people are doing. So, but the emojis again, like I feel like emojis are at the heart of our brand, and this kind of continues that. Like we've got 2 emojis that we can now pump the diamond hands game. But yeah, I really like how this came together. Is like some people might interpret it as the diamond actually having hands, but I also just kind of combined the.
All right, we're going to go ahead and do we're going to do this AMA on live. So let me tell Goki I'm ready. Oh. All right. Let's get on this AMA. All right, guys. Let's get on here. If you're watching on YouTube, you can just listen here, but we're going to be doing an AMA.
What is up, you guys? Happy Monday. Thanks for hopping in. Let me get Dip Catcher. What's up, DC?
Hey, what's up, dude? Just live streaming all day. You were in the chat. I don't know why I told you that.
So tonight we are going to do an AMA. A lot going on with Maximus DAO. We've got the Perpetuals and Maximus team launch going on. So we will definitely be diving into those, giving you guys some good information, as well as answering any questions you have. Dipcatcher just built the latest Maximus DAO product, which is Maximus Diamond Hands. So we will share more about that. Dipcatcher, how's it going?
Good. Just having a
He
good...
texted me and he said he's almost ready, so I don't know
Oh, can you...
if he's in yet, but...
Oh, dude, I've been talking. My mic was off.
Oh. I had to do the double intro.
Oh, it's all good.
How was building Maximus Diamond Hands?
It was good. We got it done in like 2 hours, and then kind of the last thing to do now is just to kind of test it out and make sure it all works and stuff. But then, so hoping to do that tonight, and then I think tomorrow I'm about to message the auditor, and I was like, hey, can we get like a quick audit? Like it's basically what you already audited, but just double confirmation. Can you review the code? And so I think we could launch this thing in like maybe 2 or 3 days. That would give us like 10 days, at least 10. Like having 10 days for people to mint and stake is plenty. So it's longer than what it would be in the wild. So, yeah, I think we can get this thing out in the next couple of days.
Awesome. Yeah. So just to give kind of an overview of what's going on with Maximus, I mentioned some launches are going on right now. So we are launching the Perpetuals, which are, well, they are launched now. It's in its launch phase. The Perpetuals are 4 new hex stake pools, a lot like MAXI, which was our first stake pool, but with an added feature that allows you to automatically roll forward your stake. So the 4 Perpetuals are Base, which is a 1-year stake. We have Trio, which is a 3-year stake. Lucky, which is a 7-year stake. And Desi, which is a 10-year stake. So, for example, let's say you mint Base. That stake period ends in a year. When that stake ends, you have the ability to either redeem a portion or all of your hex principal plus earned yield. You can mint more tokens, which is right now the mint rate is 1-to-1, but every stake period, the mint rate goes up, and that rate is determined by the redemption value of that token. So for Base, it might be, it starts out 1-to-1. In a year, it might be 1.16. And so if you want to add to that pool, you can pledge your hex to the contract at that time. So those are the first 2 options. The third option is to just hold on to your Base token and your hex that's in the pool, so your hex principal plus earn yield, stays in that pool and is automatically restaked. So when the stake ends, that period between when the stake ends and the new stake begins, we call the reload phase. And it's a 7-day period where you can do that. And so each of those pools, so base, trio, lucky, and desi, all have that roll forward feature. And that's why we call them the perpetuals, because they will continue to infinitely roll forward. As long as the internet's up, long as Ethereum's up, those will continue to earn yield. So those are really exciting. Alongside that, we're launching Maximus Team, which is the member token of Maximus DAO, where you can mint one team token per one MAXI and then stake it to earn rewards from success of Maximus stake pools. So that launch period, and this is for team, it's a one-time mint period where you can mint 1-to-1. After that, no more team will be created and the supply will actually go down. So team staking, the stake period is a 1-year stake period and it aligns with base. And when you stake team, you can earn rewards. The perpetuals share 50% of the hex earned from the bigger pays better bonus. So the Maximus team is incentivized to grow the perpetuals to increase the amount of rewards that they'll earn. And that's by design. That's why we created Maximus team, is to share in the success of Maximus DAO. So to earn rewards, you have to stay staked for that entire 1-year period. If you early unstake, there will be a 3.69% penalty on your team, and you won't earn rewards for that period. I mentioned the rewards from the perpetuals is 50% of the bigger pays better bonus, the hex earned from the bigger pays better bonus. And also the hedron from the perpetuals goes to team stakers. The second reward, as of right now, is the MAXI 369 rebate. So 30% of the MAXI used to mint team is rewarded back to team stakers in years 3, 6, and 9. So that's the MAXI 369 rebate. And then beyond that, any whitelisted tokens that are sent to the team contract during a stake period are also trustlessly distributed to team stakers as well. So Hex, Hedron, we have all the perpetual tokens. So it's a very interesting and kind of innovative way to trustlessly distribute airdrops is by claiming. So that's Maximus Team. And the latest product that we're launching is called Maximus Diamond Hands. Maximus Diamond Hands is not a new token. It's just a smart contract that allows you to time lock your perpetual tokens for the opportunity to earn more yield. So how it works, each perpetual token has its own what we call Diamond Hands Club. So all the tokens are separate, and the stake length it coincides with the stake length of the perpetuals. So for base, it's a 1-year lockup. For trio, it's 3. For lucky, it's 7, and for desi, it's 10. So how that works, it's a very simple game. Whoever remains staked for that entire period has the opportunity to earn rewards that come from early unlock penalties. And we haven't determined the exact percentage. We're talking to our community right now, trying to identify what the best number would be. But let's say, the penalty's 10%. If you early unlock, there'll be a penalty on your tokens, and that penalty goes into the reward bucket, which is then claimable to the true diamond hands that remain staked for that entire period. So very simple, very easy way. A lot of people are just using the perpetuals as their staking ladder to save on gas and maximize yield. So for those people, this is a great tool to just lock up their tokens and have the potential to earn more. So it's pretty simple. And that is what Dipcatcher just built today, is that contract. So we're trying to get that out as soon as possible, because to participate for that, you will need to stake your perpetual tokens before the stake starts. So as Dipcatcher said, we might be able to get it out in the next 3 days. So you'll have the remaining launch period. And as of right now, there's 14 days left in the perpetuals and team launch phase. So you'll have the remaining days to then join the Diamond Hands Club. So, Dipcatcher, did you have anything to add to that?
No, man, I think you nailed it. Someone in my chat here, because I'm simulcasting on YouTube Live, they asked, does the Diamond Hand Pool reward work for Team 2 or only the perps? And the answer to that is that right now it's only for perpetuals, but we may replicate it for both team and maxi. But first priority is to get it ready for the perpetuals.
Yeah, shout out to you for crushing some code today. I don't think anyone can build a smart contract like that in 3 hours. So that's awesome, man. We are doing an AMA. So just kind of gave an overview of the kind of the 3 products that we have. We'd love to have anyone up on stage that wants to ask questions or share their thoughts. Again, we are looking and discussing with the community on that Diamond Hands early unlock penalty. So if you have thoughts there, we'd love to hear it. Looks like we have Chaztown requesting up. Let me invite you up.
Only have a question in regards to, I may have missed it. You may have said, and I just wasn't paying attention. But in regards to gas, well, 2 things. One is, can you put it up above in regards to the links for the perpetuals? And then number 2, is this using ETH at all by chance?
Yeah. So second part of your question, yeah. So we're launching everything on ETH. So then when Pulse Chain launches, everything will just be copied over. And yeah, so that's like a major benefit of our system, is that we will be operating on those 2 chains kind of in parallel but independent of each other. So it is on ETH. And then as far as gas goes for these perpetual pools, by joining these pools, you're saving massively on gas, because instead of everybody having to pay the gas to end the stake on their own, we just pay one end stake fee for the whole entire group. So that, and no individual is responsible for that. Somebody has to end it. Doesn't have to be you. Probably it's probably going to be the largest holder, or maybe, some benevolent whale just wants to pay gas on behalf of the contract. And so anyone can run that end stake function. The contract is set up to support a type of gas pooling system where people can send ETH to a contract, and then that contract would let the person who ended the stake redeem that reward. So if, say the stake ends and we're worried no one's going to end it, you as a perpetual pool token holder can just send a little bit of ETH to a contract, and then maybe once it reaches some threshold where someone's willing to end it, they'll end the stake, and then that person, they can claim that like gas pool. So there are some gas pooling solutions that we've worked on. Nothing too urgent, because that only matters at the end of these stakes. But yeah, the gas is handled by somebody, but it doesn't have to be you.
Yeah, I only asked that in regards to, the possibility with having access to ETH, through the central exchanges, and that being downtime for possibly 24 to 72 hours. How will it'll affect, especially the release of what Dip Catcher's working on?
Yeah, so I'll probably wait till the merge is over to roll it out, to be honest. If it's running close, but yeah, I mean, great. I hadn't really thought about the timing of the merge with this. And yeah, I mean, if you haven't gotten your ETH already for gas and stuff, you should, get that soon. You don't want to be running close with that, because who knows what's going to happen around the exchanges on that time. But everything with the contract should just continue to work. So yeah.
Great questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one more thing. Is this it pinned at the top? This doesn't look like it. Do you have another pin you could put in regards to how to access and get a little bit more information about the perpetuals?
Yeah, so that is the link. So if you follow that, that goes to maximusdow.com/perpetuals. So you'll be able to find more there, and feel free to ask questions if you have any.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thanks.
Thank you.
How's it going, Hexlove?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for all the work you're doing. You guys are amazing. So I know I asked a lot of questions, and here's one I just thought about. If I have like $10,000, how can I calculate how much team I would be like? What would be my share of the team pool with like $10,000? Let's just say.
So you calculate how many MAXI you could buy with $10,000. So $10,000 divided by, what would that be? Like what the MAXI price is right now? Like 9 cents. So $10,000 divided by 0.09, and then that's how many MAXI you'd get. You can make team 1-to-1, so you'd get one team per MAXI. So then you would divide the amount of team that you have by the total number of staked team. So there's 2 weeks left of minting and staking, so you don't know what this number is going to be just yet. But then right now it's 27.26 million staked team. So you would measure just your team from that $10,000 by divided by that, and that will tell you what percent of that first year stake pool that you would represent.
Okay, so let me read that back. So 10,000 divided by 0.09, and then get that number, whatever it is, and then divide it again by, get that number, divide it by 27 million team.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to go back to being a listener. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Xlove has had some pretty radical ideas lately about new types of chain, like permissioned wall garden chains, which are kind of interesting, actually. I actually think that he may be onto something. Very different paradigm from kind of everything that we are used to, but he actually has some good points. So thank you for.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. The reason I think about wall garden is because if we could control, I know this sounds radical and stupid, and it is, but if we could control who comes on Pulse Chain, if Richard Hart could actually nuke people off of the chain and preserve the chain, I think that'd be awesome. But I don't see that in the future for Pulse Chain, but I think in the future, there's going to be people that have their own EVMs that do have wall gardens to just protect the T-share or protect whatever they are doing at the time, because we're like a financial community and we don't really want meme coins to disturb, or spammers from North Korea to disturb the blockchain. If I was smart enough, I could go nuke Ethereum right now and fill up their blocks. And then I don't know how to do that, but someone could easily do that, from what I've learned from you recently.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing that limits people from doing that is just the cost of it, because that's the whole reason why that there's that's why they increased that gas cost, that S-load cost last year. Like, there's a function when you are running a smart contract, like the act of reading from memory, so like reading data, like so in Hex's use case, it's reading the interest payout per day. They increase the cost of that for that very reason because like someone who's just trying to flood the network with spurious transactions, they just made that more expensive. And so that it's like less likely to happen. So that's kind of how those things are resolved, where like they alleviate spam by just making it cost something. And yeah, but I think in the future there may be these kind of like permissioned chains that are really just like things that, like the government could run one, and that's how they run their their like central bank digital currency, and then you like in order to run an app on that, you have to get approval, and they control it, they can shut it off. But I think that's pretty contrary to what Richard states is like the purpose of blockchains and cryptos, to get rid of counterparties and middlemen, and like someone who's determining who can be on the chain is like a big middleman.
Yeah, but okay. So look, let me just to give you this thought is if in the world of cybersecurity, if someone were to be a cyber thief and steal billions or millions of dollars of ETH from someone, and they use that stolen funds to it would cost. Of course, you're saying gas is expensive, and that's why no one's doing it, but thieves and stuff could other countries could use $10 million in gas and do these kinds of things, do these kinds of nefarious activities to stop, halt a blockchain, which is actually worth billions and billions of dollars, and so. Yeah.
I mean, it's all types of crazy stuff could happen.
Anyway, well, thank you for letting me talk about that.
I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, bro.
Later.
So DC, maybe you could share like the Diamond Hands game, its impact on the perpetuals.
Yeah. So the Diamond Hands clubs, they can I think it really introduces some really cool game theory to the perpetuals, where people can potentially earn higher APY than the notional APY of just the stake, because if you successfully last throughout the whole Diamond Hand period, then and other people do not, then you're getting a portion of their pool tokens. So say you're in the DESI stake, and I think the long ones are probably going to be the most interesting ones because they have the most room for premium. So imagine you're in the DESI Diamond Hand Club, and throughout the 10-year period, we may see like 5, 6, 7 DESI bull runs where it's just like a screaming premium that is aided by so many people being in the Diamond Hands. And so as the price reaches certain thresholds that people deem tolerable to where they will sell their tokens and exit that pool, then the penalties grow, and the number of people that the penalties are divided by shrinks. And so holding in these pools, you could achieve higher than it's like you could achieve higher APY than what would otherwise be possible, just from that like reallocation of those DESI tokens from the people that joined Diamond Hands and then quit early to maybe sell into a pump, or maybe they needed the cash, to the people that were able to stick it out. So these pools can help make it easier for a premium to exist. But then as those premiums happen, that's probably like the most likely time that we see a lot of early unlock, and then that boosts those earnings for the people that stick it out till redemption. So it's even higher earning potential, which is pretty awesome with very little risk. And you basically bear opportunity cost, where you're not selling into a premium, because if you're locking up the whole time, you're committing to that. So that I think is pretty interesting about like just that dynamic of like guaranteeing, or like somewhat guaranteeing a reduction in circulating supply. And then kind of what that means is like, if you start with DESI, say you minted DESI 1-to-1, then over time you accumulate 10% more DESI. From your perspective, it's like as if you minted DESI at where you got 1 DESI with 0.9 hex, because you at the start you put in 100 hex, and then you got 110 hex worth of DESI. It's kind of like you got 1 DESI per 0.9 hex. So it's almost like sticking it out basically gives you a discount on the perpetual pool token if you survive all the way. So this, I think, is even a further boost for people who would otherwise just be staking Hex on their own to join these pools, because not only you're getting more earnings from the bigger pays better bonuses that you wouldn't be getting from staking on your own, you also have the chance to earn even more of these perpetual pool tokens by sticking it out. So that, I think, is a really, really cool dynamic where you can just like amplify your earnings in a way where, like, you know, because like when you're doing a regular Hex stake and you know, the early end stake penalties, like half goes to OA and then half gets distributed to all T shareholders. That's a huge group of people. So most of the early end stake penalties, they're not really going to a new staker. They're going to the OG stakers that had, you know, artificially low T share rate, very, very low price. And so that's where most of the current early end stake penalties go. And so these pools give a new staker a chance to be a larger percent of this like early end stake pool. And so, you know, just because it's kind of like a smaller group. And then that's like, you know, even a further bonus for people to be staking in this system. And then aside from just like the early unlock penalties, you know, the airdrop mechanism, I think, is really powerful because, you know, because it will support Team and MAXI, and it'll probably just support all the supported tokens from the other system. It'll probably just support, because it's simple, just copy it over. But this is now a way for team members to incentivize people to join these pools, right? Because, like, you know, Team is meant to be the growth engine of these perpetuals, where team members can earn from the success of them. And so if team members, you know, whomever it could be, anyone can do it. Anyone who has Team is welcome to. No, it's fully voluntary. No one is expected to, but there is an option for people where, you know, as like a growth campaign, team members can just deposit some Team into this Diamond Hands pool. And what they're doing is that they're giving a little bit of a bonus incentive for people that, you know, mint and stake and, you know, mint and lock up their perpetuals. So it's almost like a direct, you know, bonus paid to them, where, you know, team members could otherwise go and buy ads and then try to drive people to the perpetuals, or they could take that money and just load this up, and then that boosts the earning potential for the perpetuals. And so that makes the perpetuals a more attractive offer. So I think that's a pretty powerful aspect of it too, is that, you know, team members could break off a small portion of their, you know, team, you know, whomever it is, you know, every team is eligible to participate. And no one is required to by any means. But, you know, perhaps, you know, that team bonus, you know, grows, and it, you know, maybe we attract really big stakers in this pool who want to earn that like Team or even MAXI like airdrop. So I think that's a pretty powerful mechanism too that could continue to drive growth in these pools, is that the team members can kind of like directly incentivize them in that way. And, you know, maybe the amount of Team that you part with is made up for in the additional earnings that you get as, you know, these pools grow larger. So I think that's a really powerful aspect too.
Hey, I have a quick question. If I mint with using Hex, if I mint Trio, let's say $10,000, how do I get that into the Diamond Hands?
There'll be a website where it'll look a lot like the Team staking interface, because the whole Diamond Hands thing is just a copy of the Team staking, just modified to support these new coins. So the you would just go to it'll be a Diamond Hands website at our normal domains. It'll probably be a maximus.cash domain. It'll be something.maximus.cash, and then you will just go and select the lockup, you know, for whichever token you want, and then you'll just do it like how you did the team staking, because it's literally the same exact structure as team staking. So a lot of that UI will be the same.
So y'all created the Diamond Hands pool, because like I'm taking an example for Trio, for example, it's a tradable token. I mean, so you created that so that I could lock up that token, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so which tokens are going to be traded on fiat? Are the perpetuals going to be traded on fiat, or is team going to be traded on fiat? Or, I mean, can I borrow against those in fiat on the fiat.io website?
I mean, if they support them, yeah. And from a conversation I've had, it sounds like they want to support these coins. So yeah, but it's I don't know I don't even know how close they are to launch. With all these sacrifice things, like they all got kind of bailed out by Pulse Chain. So, if they're close to launch, hopefully, I think they should just launch on Ethereum, and then we can like be doing this stuff on Ethereum today. But if not, we'll just deal with that whenever they go live.
I remember them saying that they were going to wait like 2 weeks or 3 weeks after Pulse Chain launches because they needed to get the market to figure stuff out or something. I'm not sure, but I think it was not the day one. It was going to be like a month after, I guess. I don't know. But here's the next question I've got is, if you were to look on a 3-year time frame, focusing in on Trio, I know pretty much how to calculate the Trio yield. And I don't know as much about, this is what's so cool about team. So you don't know how it can exponentially grow or, slowly grow, but can you just compare, because I'd like to hear your critique, compare team in 3 years to like Trio. I know it's just a stupid question, but I'm just so focused on team, on Trio, that I might just go all in on Trio and no team. I'm just having some thoughts about how do I really calculate the growth of team. And we don't know. I know you don't know, but could you just sort of spend a minute to just discuss team in 3 years?
Yeah. So, I mean, year 3 is a big year for team because it gets the payout from base, the payout from Trio, and it gets the first installment of the 369 MAXI rebate. So year 3 of team is going to have a larger than normal payout, and so perhaps that would be a large staking year. And if a lot of people are buying team in order to stake in year 3, that means that price is probably going to start creeping up in year 2, and so and if that staking to get those coins is really popular, then so team price could have like a big move in that year, just as a result of that being like an extraordinarily large payout year for team. So because also if you think about it, at that time, because like right now it's like, because team mints 1-to-1 with MAXI, and so the market kind of like associates team and MAXI together. But in year 3, once everyone's forgotten about the minting and team's kind of on its own, because it's getting a big payout of MAXI that year, and by 3 years from now, since MAXI earns about 30% per year, the underlying hex held by MAXI is going to be 2 hex per MAXI. And so right now, if we have a 2-to-1 premium, based on where right now MAXI's gained by like 12%, if by year 3 it's worth, or it's worth 2 hex per MAXI, like, based on the net asset value. And if the market continues to price in future earnings, and during that time, like all the 369 rebate is just, not liquid, and who knows what other types of, things could just eat up MAXI. The value of that individual payout that year could be quite high. And so, because what if MAXI at that, because right now it's like we have a 2-to-1 premium. What if at that time that would mean that the hex price in MAXI, if we kept a 2-to-1 to net asset value premium, that would mean that the each MAXI would be worth 4 hex. And what is the hex price going to be at that time? So those rebate years, I think, are going to be pretty wild. And so, that's kind of the balance there.
Would team pay out on because I think the base contract ends on a different day than the trio contract. And then which one, if you held team, if I went all in on team in year 3, would you just basically get 2 different payments, on 2 different days in year 3?
Yeah. So the way that they line up is that since base has, it's 369 days, and then it has a 7-day segment in between. So the total base cycle is 375 days. And so 375 comes out to be 1125. So day 1125 of the system, that's when that third base stake ends. Actually, no, that's when the fourth base stake starts. So -7. So 375 times 3 minus 7 is 1118. The trio stake ends after 1111 days. So trio ends a couple days before the third base stake starts. And it doesn't necessarily matter when it ends during that period, because the payouts all happen at the end of the base stake. So the base stake ends, and then the contract calculates how much hex is in the contract, how much hedron, and how much MAXI. And the MAXI will arrive in the team contract during that year. It is eligible to be transferred. There's a function called release MAXI on the in the MAXI escrow contract that allows it to be released that year. So those MAXI get released anytime during that year. So at the end of the contract, it's going to measure how much hex from base and trio, how much hedron from base and trio, and then how much MAXI there is. And that's just going to be distributed up amongst the people that have a successful stake in team in that year. And so the timing isn't necessarily what matters there. It's just if you stake the team, you get the payout from that year.
Okay, so last question. Thank you for explaining it so detailed. It's amazing you can do that. You've got so much practice. It's quite amazing. So if I had $10,000 of base and $10,000 of team, and I waited a year, which would yield more, the base or the team?
So the base would probably yield more. That's because you're actually staking the hex, whereas the team gets it gets part of the bigger pays better bonus. So that's already a smaller percent of the total value of the stake. Because but also if the team stake rate is very low, then the team could earn more. But in general, holding the stake pools do earn more of the hex, but holding in the stake pools, it's the value is bound to the hex price, whereas holding team, because of those whole staking dynamics, it has its own upside potential. So the pools individually, on that 1-to-1 year comparison, do yield yield more. So a base yields more, but where team can compete on the yield is when just over an extended period of time, as it earns from base, trio, lucky, and desi, and any potential future pools that may mysteriously appear one day, and the MAXI rebate, over an extended period of time, team could outperform holding those pools during that year, because you're earning it could outperform holding any one of those pools during that year, because you're earning from all of them. And because as those pools grow, then the earnings grow, and as the earnings grow, perhaps the demand for team grows by a large, and it reflects on the chart at a higher degree than just those earnings growing, because maybe more people are trying to stake to earn it, more people are buying and then staking, and then that lockup mechanism can, you know, really drive the price up. And so, you know, the pools could earn more yield, like just like individual, like just comparing like 1-to-1, but the sum of all the pools that can pay into team, plus the value of team itself, which is unbounded by hex, like, you know, it's part of the value in team are the earnings, which are mainly in hex and hedron and some years in maxi, but the scarcity of team and other just dynamics related to it, it lets the value of the team be unbounded, whereas like the earnings, like, you know, holding these hex stakes is just like holding hex, you know. So like as hex goes up, you know, you know, those coins go up, but then, you know, anything that moves the price of hex is also increasing the value of the team earnings. So team benefits from increased hex price, but it's not necessarily capped by the hex price, kind of like these pools are.
Wow, that's so clear. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, of course. You're awesome, man. I wish you were in Vegas. That'd have been cool to hang out.
Man, I wish I was there too, so bad. But you know what? I don't like to travel too much. I'm not vaccinated. I don't really need to be vaccinated to be traveling and all that. One day I do want to meet up with you guys.
Absolutely.
That'd be awesome.
Absolutely, that'd be a good time. And great questions and great answers, Catcher.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you very much, Golkey. Thank you, Tonto.
Thanks.
Looks like we got some new people up. Fast for Hex, what's up, man?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I don't really have much for questions right now. I'm just listening in, and I'm just so thankful for you guys and the team. It's been awesome watching you guys.
Thank you.
And the other thing is, I think it's going to be pretty great for the hex price too, when you think about the amount of hex that's going to be locked up in these perpetuals. Looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially, you know, as you know, like using these stake pools is like an onboarding mechanism. You know, I have plenty of friends that they weren't into hex, and then they like tried to learn about it, and they're like, this stuff just confuses me. And then now it's kind of all boiled down to like, buy this coin or mint this coin and you earn this %. And then people are always afraid of the lockup. And so now it's like kind of resolve that. Now, I mean, you know, here we are introducing a new lockup, but that's like a separate voluntary opportunity. So for like a basic user, onboarding into these and that user onboarding is really what drives the price. You know, like new people buying and then locking those coins up, you know, like taking coins that were previously being traded, like on the sell side, buying those, locking them up, like that can really drive the value. And since team has this incentive to grow these pools, you know, we think that can be a really powerful, like growth amplifier for hex. And so that's really what we're looking forward to.
I mean, it's just so much more reasonable, like for someone, like especially, I mean, we have to think like 3-4 years from now, like we're probably in a bull market, right? And we're probably back to paying like in like outrageous gas prices, right? So it's going to be so nice for the user coming on now to not have to pay those huge gas fees, you know, to unstake their hex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. I mean, people were pissed at me like last year when these stakes were ending. They're like, what the heck? This is $500 to end my stake. I'm like, hey, you just made hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know what you're telling me. But like, you know, even still like that is shocking. It can be shocking. You know, seeing that huge gas fee, you're like, what the hell is this? And so I think that, you know, and also, I mean, aside from just like people's individual response to it, just the impact of keeping all that money in hex, that's a big deal. Like the millions and millions of dollars that would otherwise have to go to ETH to pay for gas fees. So that's either people selling hex to generate the ETH, or people just not buying hex in the first place. There's this like huge adjacent pool of capital that's next to the Hex economy, which is just the ETH gas funds. And now that we can free those up, perhaps that's like a big amplifier on the value of Hex. And so I think it's overall a really positive force for Hex. And we're really, that's like really, that's the thing that really drives me. That's like the urgent, like forest fire problem that I'm really trying to solve. And luckily that, this comes packaged up in something that has like nice user benefits, like more yield, you save money, instant liquidity. But I think the overarching effect of all this is it's going to keep a lot of money in Hex that was otherwise going to be going to miners or validators now. So this stuff's very important.
Much love and gratitude, guys. Thank you.
Awesome to have you with us, man. It looks like you also got P273 up here. How's it going, man? While we wait for him, something I was thinking about while you're talking to Catcher is like, with Diamond Hands, the thing I hadn't really considered before is like, because of the penalties and those going to the reward bucket, they're, depending on participation, there's kind of like a minimum amount of liquidity that's taken off of the market for that stake period because of the penalty. Right? Like everyone could unstake early, but there is like that guarantee that that minimum amount from penalties will stay, locked for that stake length, which is really interesting.
Yeah, you're right. That is a kind of like a liquidity floor or a liquidity ceiling, I guess, where like the total amount minus the total amount that could be removed in penalty.
Another thing I was thinking about too, you were talking about that person ending a stake last year and it was like $500. That's one thing I don't think a lot of people consider with a staking strategy. We talk about how a max length stake is, a ridiculous amount just because of the calculations, but you also have to consider market cycles, right? And we were looking at that last night on stream. In a bull market, or it looked like more like around a bull market, that's when gas prices spike just from, activity on the chain. Mm-hmm. So, even with shorter stake lengths, your friend, if they were unstaked last year, that's a 1.5 year stake. And just because of the market, they were paying a lot more in gas. So, that's why with the staking ladder, think about in 3 years, maybe we're out of this bear market, hopefully. If that's the case, gas prices are going up. So if you're staking solo, that's a reality that you don't have to face when you're staking in pools. Mm-hmm. It's something to consider.
Yeah, it totally is.
So it looks like we got some new people in the room. We're just having an AMA. At the beginning, we kind of did an overview of what's going on with Maximus DAO and the launches. If you guys have any questions, we do have pretty much everything that's going on pinned to the top. So definitely check out information about the perpetuals, about Maximus Diamond Hands. And if you have any questions, feel free to just request, and we're happy to have you up. It looks like we have somebody requesting.
All right. Hello, guys. Just wondering, I remember hearing something a while back that you're going to be maybe doing a sort of a training program, something like that, because I'm a developer, but not with crypto, just, React, Node, front and back end. But as far as crypto, I've done like tutorials for smart contracts, but never deployed anything. I don't even know what to look for. I don't even know how to audit. So just wonder if they're still planning on doing something like that, because I feel, you know, you want to talk about a value proposition. One thing the crypto ecosystem doesn't have is a very good education, like a place to go to actually learn this. And if we really want to lead the way and be the tip of the spear and really be the people that bring crypto out there in the right way, we sort of have to also take the bull by the horns as far as educating people, because we don't want bad actors educating people and indoctrinating them into bad habits, bad patterns. For example, you look at the education system, the schools, we are letting the wrong people teach people. So I'm just wondering if there's still something like that you guys are thinking about. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I love just teaching. And I mean, even today, I don't know if you saw on my YouTube, youtube.com/dipcatcher. Today I was live streaming the whole creation end to end of this Maximus Diamond Hands smart contract we're about to roll out. And so, like I kind of do like informal stuff like that. As far as kind of like formal training, we've talked about some type of like Maximus University, where we could like share the stuff that we know, related to, mainly around like entrepreneurship and, product building, design, community building, like those types of things. But we don't necessarily have any plans like right now. Like, we're still kind of running with the momentum that we have on these products. But yeah, I mean, I would love to, create some type of structure to be able to, one, just like share my knowledge, and two, just like almost like train people to be able to work alongside me on stuff, because everything that we built so far, it's just been the two of us. And so that would be quite useful, and a really good experience for all of us to, to kind of share knowledge and train up people on, on the tools that I use to build this stuff. And we could probably create some really awesome stuff that way. So that, I'm glad you brought that up, because I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, nothing right now, but perhaps in the future. And as far as learning how to get started, it's always cool just to like the best way to learn anything is just to come up with your own idea. Doesn't even need to be good, and just like go through all the steps to learn how to build it. And just Google, if you get stuck, Google, and then just like look for examples, look for, and just try your best. And then that's kind of how you'll learn everything you need to know. And if you said you already know, like, Node, React. And so if you know those stuff, so basically, JavaScript, and Solidity is a lot like JavaScript. So it won't necessarily be unfamiliar to you. You still have to like kind of understand how it works and all that stuff. But, the best way to get going is just to just start learning. So the way that I learned, yesterday on the stream, someone asked that, and I said, I just went to, like, when I was first learning Solidity, where I started was I searched the Remix Ethereum Solidity editor, and then search Open Zeppelin Wizard, and then Open Zeppelin Wizard basically gives you like a starting template to start working with, and then I just pasted that into Remix, and then I just like started writing the functions and started learning about the variables. And so I didn't really take any classes or courses or anything. I just got started. And that's honestly probably the best way to start. And then, because it's really just about the practice and just becoming familiar with it. And especially if you have your own idea that you're working on, because that'll just give you the momentum that you need to kind of work through the difficult stuff. But, just kind of getting started and being comfortable with not knowing everything. And then just kind of Googling your way through things, and just like keep hitting that run button until it works type of thing. And just reading the error message, Google the error message, figure it out. That's probably the best way to just get started. And then from there, if you want more formal training, then you already are kind of at a starting point. So that's what I would recommend, is just to look at Remix editor it's online, and then Open Zeppelin Wizard for like getting started.
All right, great, thank you. And then just the last sort of closing comment would be, I'm starting to notice there's a lot of people coming in, they have generic names, they don't show their face. Now, of course, who am I to talk? I'm not showing my face, but this is sort of like a cautionary thing. The age-old strategy, divide and conquer. Who are these people coming in and trolling and just throwing random criticism? Like, if it's constructive, then engage for sure. But I'm starting to see a lot of people that, they're intelligent, they're talented. Their time is better served doing their work than arguing with people on Twitter. And it seems to me like, Richard's obviously getting out there. He's starting to get more mainstream. So we could now really be seeing the start of, bad actors coming in to try and disrupt us. They don't want you working on Maximus. They want you perpetuals. They want you arguing on Twitter because then you're not doing your work. And that goes for everybody else. So I think for everyone in the community, be very careful about how you engage with these people because, you get caught up in these arguments and these Twitter battles and it messes with your state of mind and that bleeds into your creativity and it throws you off your game and now you're not in the best mood and you're not doing your best work. So just as a cautionary statement to everybody in the community, be careful with Twitter and social media in general. Don't let it infect your consciousness because it can really, well, we all know how destructive it can be. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. You're right. We all got to focus, and they're going to throw everything they can at us, but we just got to keep pushing forward and focus on focus on the right stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, because we obviously want to be as engaged as possible when people have questions or concerns. And I'm actually very grateful for all the criticism we get because it makes us, it does make us better. And we, with both the launches we had with Maximus and now with the Perpetuals and team, we introduced this new idea, and then the beautiful thing is like everyone absorbs it, and then they give us their feedback on what their thoughts are, and through that process of like discussion and learning, what people care about, like it really solidifies what makes our products really great, and actually like in a lot of ways improves them. For example, Diamond Hands, a lot of people love, like with solo staking, they love the time locking feature. Some people because they like to protect themselves from themselves, or just, not having to worry about it. So from our first launches, that was something people really wanted. And so we built it. And we're going to continue to kind of use that. But there is a balance where sometimes it's a very hard thing when you're building things because you get attached, like you're putting yourself into it. And this is something I had to learn in my first startup. I got so attached to it that anytime anyone criticized it, it felt like a direct attack on myself. And, I'm still learning that because, you're trying to tap this inner passion to build and design. And sometimes it does get close to the heart, like, and you do have to like consciously remember that it's separate from you. But that understanding also applies to people in crypto, right? Like it's not like crypto is very tribalistic and not only tribalistic, but people are financially invested within a community. And so, a lot of times, like a lot of the things on Twitter where someone's talking bad about their product, people take it as a direct attack because they've invested maybe too much of themselves into the asset they hold. So it's definitely a learning experience, and something I have to be conscious of and try to keep that balance. Looks like we got a bunch of new people in. We have 14 days left to in this launch phase where you can mint 1-to-1 with Hex into the Perpetuals, and mint 1-to-1 with MAXI into Team. I think, there's definitely going to be some FOMO. I think these 2 weeks are going to be pretty crazy. And so, my advice would just be, if you're planning on it, just be watching gas fees. They've been pretty low. What was the most you've seen to catcher as far as like the G-Way?
Well, today on stream when I was demoing it, it was 25. Right now it's 10.
Yeah, I mean, if you're planning on doing it, I would advise probably to just get it done now. Something I hadn't really considered is, like, with the merge going on, we might see a lot of chain activity going on, which might drive up gas. You don't know. So, but yeah, 14 days left. So we're trying to get the word out. And then you can also join Maximus Team, which is incentivized. Like, if you want to earn for promoting the Perpetuals, you can join Maximus Team and you'll be able to stake that. If you do plan on staking, you do need to stake it before the end of this launch period. So when the mint periods end for Maximus Team and the Perpetuals, you'll have to stake it before then to earn for this first year with Team. With the Perpetuals, once you mint, you don't have to do anything. You don't actually actively have to stake. Well, actually, now with Diamond Hands, if you want to participate with that, completely optional. But you can now essentially stake your Perpetuals with the potential to earn more yield. So I pinned the white paper I wrote up on Medium up to the top if you want to read more about that. But again, completely optional. And that one is not introducing a new token. So it's just a smart contract. But we are having an AMA. If anybody wants to hop up, ask any questions, we are available.
Hey, Goldkey. So on that last point, so I do have some Team now. So can I stake now, or do I have to wait until the Perpetual mint base is done?
You can stake now.
With Team, you can stake now. And if you want to earn for this first year, you'll need to stake it before the end of this mint period. So, you can go to, what's the URL for staking Team?
Team.maximus.cash.
Team.maximus.cash. And that's the same site. If you guys want to mint Team as well, you can do that at that URL. That's the direct link to the dApp.
Awesome.
It's exciting times right now, guys. Like, we just crossed 100 million hex in the Perpetuals. I believe MAXI is...
Desi. Oh, MAXI. Yeah.
Oh, no, not MAXI, sorry. Team, I believe, is over 30 million. So they're pumping.
Wait, what was the total supply of MAXI again? Was that like 214 million?
294.
Yeah, it started out 294. A million already got burned by the Hedron deployer. So the supply is now 293 million. And then with the launch of Team, 20% of the MAXI used to mint Team is burned. And right now that's at 7.2 million MAXI will be burned. So the total MAXI used to mint Team right now is at 35.98 million.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of crazy is gone.
MAXI is, I don't know. I mean, the premium is a little high right now, but like if you look at it like purely from a USD perspective, it certainly looks good. Same with Hex, but NFA.
Yeah, it's so hard. I was talking to, I'm not gonna say who. It'll come out soon while I was talking to this person, but we're just discussing like how difficult it is to actually define what to measure the premium against, because it's like right now we traditionally measure it based on the principal plus earnings to date. And since it's only 4 months old, it's gained about 12%. But that is like, but like the yield over the next couple months or couple years, like it's as good as earned already. So maybe it should be a little higher. I mean, because that's just the market pricing in the yield, but also it's so much further below the end value, right? Because it's probably going to end up with about 6 to 7 hex redeemable per maxi, and that doesn't even include the hedgerin, which is like it has the 5x bonus. So it's very difficult to even consider what that, whether it's a premium or a discount, because it's a discount from the end value, but it's a premium to the current value. So it's actually very difficult to even really like determine what is and isn't a premium. And and who knows what's going to happen as like the last couple of days of the team minting take place. And even though because like we are seeing, like I saw, there are people literally selling their Maxi to join these pools, which to me think that they're going to run back the the premium that Maxi kind of shot up to. And so
I don't know if it's coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, well, I think that the shorter ones, well, I don't know. I mean, this is actually like a hard thing to even predict. Like what does the base stake do? Like, does it instantly because like Maxi basically priced in, because it basically jumped right up to 1.3 after a couple of days. And so 1.3 is a year of yield of what it was earning. And so like, does the market just instantly price in at least a year of yield? And so what does it do for a stake that's only 1 year old? Like, so is base going to instantly ratchet up? Like, are you going to be able to put 1 hex in, and then after a couple of days take 1.1 hex out? Just based on like, is the market just going to like instantly buy that? And like, how to, do people like exercise that premium then? And then maybe that restores it a little bit back down to closer to what it's worth at the time. But it's very hard to even predict. That's gonna be so exciting to watch play out.
And the other interesting thing is that so much of it's going to be based on the current sentiment at the time, right? And that's going to differ from 1 month to 1 year to 3 year to 10 years from now, right? So that's going to be interesting too. It's going to be, when are these stakes coming out? When are these rewards coming out? Because that's going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
Because I do think that, generally speaking, the market prices everything at least a year in advance. So I do think, right, the when base comes out, that it will be worth that 1.3 according to the market.
What if the market just doesn't care and it just keeps running?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's pretty unlikely, because then it's like you'd be pretty dumb to hold. Well, I don't know. Actually, not at all. If you're diamond handing and maybe that's the thing, is like maybe a bunch of people diamond hand base, and that just dries up the supply, and then the price goes up really high, and then people early unstake or early unlock their diamond handed base to try to restore that premium. And then the people that end up in the pool, they sat through the premium, but then they ended up with more base, and maybe it just kind of normalizes out that way. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. Like, that'll tell, like, I feel like that's going to be like a critical learning experience for like all of us. Just like, how does the market react to a liquid short-term stake? Like, where you can be pretty certain it's going to earn about 11% over a year. It's redeemable in only a year. And like that'll actually tell us a lot about the future of pools in general.
Bullish. That's what I think.
Me too, man.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because it might also be foretelling of how, like, towards the end of a stake, because like we don't know with Maxi as we like approach the end of stake. We won't know that for 15 years, but with base, we'll know in a year how the market around, kind of our theory on how the wave works, and then towards the end of the stake, it'll probably be pretty aligned to that underlying value. But there also might be like people might try to like market dump before that, which might open up a discount, and then to be like, it's just gonna be crazy. It's gonna be really interesting to watch. I'm excited for it.
That is interesting. Like, what if we get a slight market dump in base right before the base state comes out, and then you just buy that, and then you stake that for the next year?
Mm-hmm. I'm about to tweet. So look what I'm tweeting right now. I drew this last night. And this is clearly not financial advice. This is just like indicating what it could be for all of them. Maybe base is probably less aggressive, but look at what I just tweeted. Let's see. Let's click send now. And how do we add the like?
You put share button, and then at the top you'll see the Maximus MA.
Okay, let's see. Okay, share Maximus MA.
That looks very different from the original premium chart for MAXI, which is super cool too.
Yeah, you're right. Like that was like kind of the first time, but what it, because it's
I think
like
it's more realistic though.
Yeah, kind of where like, the market is every day that goes by, you become more and more certain. And so like in that early, like the first third, it's like the market's just like trying to find what that end value is going to be. And then as soon as it starts to turn, then that's kind of like an indicator where the market is expressing that they think that like that could be like the top. And if like there's a lot of demand because people think the premium is going to keep climbing, and then there's like some evidence that the premium has kind of found the maximum, then that class of buyer may kind of, dwindle. And so that kind of lowers that pressure. And then just if there's like just regular sell pressure, because by then it's like the stake will have aged a while, someone who's there, they thought they were going to be in for 10 years. Maybe they're like, okay, it's been 5 years now, I'm going to just sell. And then also because like as the stake ages, it doesn't make as much sense to really pay anything above what the end value is going to be, or even like close to the end value, because it, you like, especially if there's other pools going on at the same time, you may just get a better deal in another pool at that time. And so kind of in that like mid to late section of the one, that we could see the discounts there. And what's cool about like if it actually gets below the par value is that that's like a nice buying opportunity for somebody, because then rather than like, say it's like there's 1 year left and you can get a good deal, like below par value, then from your perspective, it's like you're earning more yield than you would on a 1 year stake, directly from that. And so that's, and obviously who knows what's going to happen. The market can really take a life, and there's more factors than just like people pricing in the end value. But some about this type of curve where it like doesn't oscillate between premium and discount, but more where like it stays at a premium for a long time and then reaches some peak that's perhaps a little bit above the end redemption value. And then there's like a big, year or multi-year, or, however long these stakes are, but just like a long sustained retrace. And then maybe it reaches discount territory, and then it just like kind of tracks with the earnings until the redemption. And then from there, it's just kind of remains flat. So, who knows what could happen? And obviously this is my kind of like basic, basic, not even TA, just like literally drawing lines. But I don't know. It could end up something like that.
I mean, I think it's based on emotion, right? So I think that people like it's kind of weird, but like you'd rather buy into the potential of something. Let's say like that potential of something is worth 10x, right? Let's just say, and let's say it's like 2 months from redemption, like redemption rate, but but you buy it for like the same price. So I think people would rather buy something that's unknown at a higher price now, as opposed to something that's more known later on. So I think that like the chart that you tweeted is kind of accurate as to like how people are going to actually invest.
Yeah, and I hope I didn't just force everyone to act this way. Or honestly, what now that I've put this out there, that means that it's not going to happen. You know, like, because that's kind of the thing. It's like the market like the reason why Hex was a screaming success was because no one thought it was going to be a screaming success. You know, and that's why sometimes I worry about like like the first couple of years of Pulse Chains, because everyone just thinks it's going to be a massive success, like a massive, 10,000x, 100,000x. And like, well, it absolutely could. It has strong dynamics and strong, it's a strong product category, huge community, much larger than we started. But like, that's kind of why Hex went up, because at the start there was a couple hundred people and then it grew, as opposed to starting with a huge number that like in order to get those same multiples on people. So like, it's like usually I feel like the opposite thing of what everyone wishes and hopes is going to happen happens. But who knows? I mean, these markets are powerful and they really have a mind of their own.
Yeah, I mean, the markets, I mean, they definitely do what they're going to do, right? So I think that, like, generally speaking, what people think is going to happen is like the opposite, right? So it almost makes it hard to like know what to root for in the end.
Yeah.
That's why you just like hold a little Maxi, hold some Hex, hold stakes and perpetuals, and just not worry about it.
Yeah, you know what's going on.
And don't forget team. Definitely not.
I mean, also I think that we saw, a lot of team minting in like the first day. Because like it's kind of like a sign of the times where, it's a Hex bull market. And so, or a Hex bear market. And so, there's in general, like, kind of lower sentiment around Hex. And there's all these people that got in last year who they want that high flying performer. And that's why I think there's kind of this proliferation of all these different things. And like people are dipping their toes into all types of stuff, is because they want that 10,000x and they're willing to lever up the risk for it. And since team inherently has more risk than just Hex, like, the pools are all Hex staking, right? And so it's tied to Hex, whereas team is, it's kind of unbounded. It's like its own wild card thing. And so like wild card, new unproven things, like they have the most risk and therefore have the most reward potential. So I think that like how much demand there's been for team just kind of shows it. Like that's like what the market demand, like the market right now wants to take on more risk to go for the thing that has the potential for higher performance. And so that was really interesting about these, is where, because like I was
like hedge run.
Yeah, exactly. Like, or even like all these other things that, we didn't even need to go into because we couldn't even name all of them if we tried. And like, it's definitely like the market's trying to kind of reclaim those losses from, the last year.
It's hard to be patient. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that people have like, there's also like this like boredom in the market where people just want something to do,
Back. Well, we got a lot going on over here, so join it. It looks like we got some new people up here. Top Gun, how's it going, man?
Not too bad. Thanks for having me up. I just had a quick question on something said a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I caught that you guys had said that the some of the Maximus tokens had been burnt, and I love deflationary tokens, but I hadn't realized that might be done to the contract, and I never thought to ask, is this going to leave Hex locked permanently in the Maximus contract unclaimable, or will it scale the amount that the MAXI tokens will be able to claim now?
Yeah, so
it scales it.
What's really unique about, if you burn other tokens, it might have some impact on just scarcity, and that might impact price. But when you burn Maximus Pool tokens in the stakes live, that actually increases the redemption value of all the other pool tokens. So with the MAXI burn that's going to happen through the team launch, and then with the burn that the Hedron deployer did, that's increasing the redemption value of all the other MAXI that's on the market right now. So what was the percent as of right now, Dipcatcher, as far as like increase in value of MAXI, redemption value?
As a result of our burn?
With the current number for burn plus
the million from Hedron deployer. Let's see. So right now, the amount of MAXI that is scheduled to be burnt is 7.2 million. So let's do 8.2 divided by 294.3. So that puts it at 2.7% of the original MAXI is set to be burned, and then that means that the redemption rate grows by a minimum of 2.8%.
Thank you so much, guys. That was well worth the wait for that question.
Of course, it's exciting. That was actually the first, because like early on, that was like, it was right after Hedron came out, all these airdrops, everyone's like, win MAXI airdrop, win MAXI airdrop, win MAXI airdrop. And like, I kind of have a problem with just like creating a coin just to airdrop it, because then it's like, okay, you have to now like somehow like inject value into this coin. And I was just thinking, I'm like, oh, the airdrops are a pain. People always get hacked when they're, having to go claim their airdrop. And I was like, I want to airdrop value to the MAXI people, but I don't necessarily want to just like give them a coin to just do whatever with. And so I was just thinking about ways how to like deliver value in a way that doesn't require any user action and is actually like material value. And I want to reward people that are like in it for the long run. I didn't want to just like give an airdrop to people and then they would just like sell it. And so structuring this, like doing like a virtual airdrop through this burn that, like it airdrops value by reducing the circulating supply. So even the people that aren't going to stick around for the burn or for the redemption, it airdrops them a little bit of value, because like, it perhaps boosts, it at least removes coins from the circulating supply to compete with the sellers. But the burning that happens as like a mechanism for transferring, airdropping value, it's just like a way to equally do it to everyone that like takes zero effort. And so it was like the perfect mechanism there. And then also it had the side effect of, making the team minting a very difficult decision. And we've talked about this before, where the, like we could have accepted team in like every coin, right? Like you could have joined with everything, but because we saw this really strong connection to MAXI, like people love their MAXI. We knew that could be a way to kind of like, make team valuable by default, by, where if you part with your MAXI to get your team, like you must really treasure that team. And so it kind of just like increases just kind of that like inherent value that people may have to it. And then also it, like by making it, and also by the burn further injecting value into the MAXI that you didn't keep there. On one hand, it perhaps reduces the total amount of people minting team, which is good for the team staker payouts, because less people that mint, because it's like such a hard decision to part with their team, the more that all the remaining team stakers earn. So it's kind of like a pumpamental there with the earnings, but then also there's this like psychological pumpamental involved, where anyone who thinks really hard about whether they're going to mint team with their MAXI or hold on to their MAXI, like because it's such a hard decision, everyone who chooses to just hold their MAXI is probably going to be waking up every day and anxiously checking that team MAXI price chart and trying to confirm if they made the right decision. Like, trust me, I've done it. Like literally there's things in the past that I either bought or chose not to buy And then it's like you compare the thing you traded it for like every day because you're just like you have this weird anxious feel. Like I personally felt that about things in the past. And so, it's kind of like, people that look at their like X on Facebook, like it's literally like that same type of phenomena where like you're just checking like the thing you could have had. And so there's just like psychological component there that I think is going to drive a lot of retained attention into the team market. And all the people that didn't mint their team, they're just dry powder that can potentially boost the team value in the future. Because like minting team doesn't really drive the price up, right? Because everyone's 1-to-1. But someone who didn't buy their team or didn't mint their team and then is forced to buy later, potentially with some like psychological regret, there's like this like that was like part of why we chose to make this such a hard decision, is because it kind of creates that environment for kind of like regret driven team FOMO. And so I'm pretty excited to see how it all plays out in the end with all this, to see if it kind of plays out how I thought it might. But already with people's like reaction to just like, I don't know what to do. Like, I love my MAXI. I know it's gonna be worth a lot. And then, but also like FOMO of missing out on team. Like it's tough, and that's definitely by design.
Looks like we got Fur up here. How's it going, man?
Hi guys, how you doing? Thank you for having me here. I have the opportunity to ask you a question. Guys, I painted my hex for MAXI, right? And I have got, let's say for example, 100 MAXIs from the very beginning. Now, if I use, for me to do the team, I did buy another 100, right? MAXI. So now I minted into team. Now, if I do use the 100 that I used for, that I got from Hex, would I lose the benefit of those MAXIs that I minted with Hex? If you know what I mean.
So if you mint your team with your MAXI, like, do you get your like? Is that
because it's like I'm not sure if because I've got MAXI from when you guys did the first MAXI and the Hex for MAXI, okay? So I got that amount from before, right? But now, do I need to buy more MAXI to mint it into team, or can I use the same that I've got from that other?
Yeah, you can use the MAXI that you already have to mint team, or you can simply just buy more MAXI and mint team with it. And So
what would happen in 15 years when I'm going to want to have my, the rewards of the MAXI that I minted from Hex?
Well, so if you part with your MAXI, so whether you sell your MAXI or if you mint it into team and then you no longer have the MAXI, then you don't get those rewards. Whoever ends up with the MAXI that you'd minted, it doesn't matter who minted it. It's just whoever has the MAXI tokens at the end gets to redeem their portion of that Maximus stake in 15 years. So the contract doesn't even store anything about who minted. It just knows who redeems based on who has the coins at the redemption phase.
Right, and to my to the address that I bought at the time.
Yeah, it like the contract doesn't store that. It's just whoever has the tokens at the end.
Oh, right. So realistically, it would be better just buy more MAXI right now and then mint those MAXIs into team and then stake it, right? Okay, cool. I understand that. Right. Now the second question is that when in a year's time, right? Let's say I've got 10,000 team, right? And then in a year's time, what is the period that you're gonna have in order for you to say, okay, had enough, I'm gonna claim my rewards and my team? Do you have to do it? I mean, will you guys tell us that's gonna happen, or we have like 2 weeks to do it, or how's that gonna work?
You can claim whenever. There's no deadline on claiming. So every year that you stake your team, so you do need to stake your team every year where you renew your, like if you want to continue staking into the next year, you need to renew your stake. But there's no, but you can do that at any point during the current year. You can lock into the next year. So you have a whole year to lock in for the next year. And then as far as the claiming of the rewards, there's no deadline on that. So the team contract does save which addresses are staked, and so and then you just go through the contract. You just claim the rewards from whichever period, and then you can do that whenever. They're always going to be there for you.
Right. Oh, okay. I got it. So now when now you do the diamond hands, then you have your team, and then you're gonna get. Let's say I'm gonna do that hand, and then again I wait for a year, and then I'm gonna get the rewards. I could do it. Did I do it after the year passed, or in the same 2 years, 3 years, or whatever, right?
So the diamond hands is only for the perpetual pool tokens. So the base, trio, lucky, and desi, and the rules are very similar to how the team staking rules are, and that's because it's literally a copy of the team staking code, but modified to support the perpetual pool tokens. And so with those ones, you will before the base. So say you're doing base. So before the base stake starts, you need to lock your base in the base Diamond Hands Club contract. And then after the base stake ends, so after that year, then you can claim your rewards and roll them for, you can relock into the next year, or you can just take back your coins and redeem them for the hex, whatever you choose to do. But when you join the Diamond Hands contract, you're locking them up for the duration of the stake. So for base, that's 1 year. Trio, that's 3 year. Lucky 7. Desi 10.
Yeah, I got that. So basically, the main difference between team and base is that team uses MAXI, base is that's it, really, right?
Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry. The main difference between team and base is that team uses MAXI and base uses hex. But both of them are only for a year, and then that's it, right?
Yeah, kind of. So so team is not a hex stake, whereas base is a hex stake. So you're right that you mint your base with hex 1-to-1, and then with team you mint team with MAXI 1-to-1. But so team, the staking happens. So base stake is actually the calendar for the team staking. So when when the base stake starts, you have to have locked in your team to the team staking contract before that happens, so you can earn the rewards from that first year. And so as soon as the base stake ends, then you can claim your team rewards, and then you have until the next base stake starts to lock your team up again to earn that second year's rewards, and etc. So they're different in the sense that base is a hex stake and team is not, but they run on the same cycle. Like this, they're because base is the calendar for the team staking system.
Right. Okay, I got it. Oh man, oh man, they're doing a great job. It's just a little bit. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is we're definitely here to answer questions, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Looks like we got Crypto Artie up here. How's it going, man?
Going great. What's up, Dipcatcher? Great to meet you in Vegas, brother. You guys are a class act.
Dude, you too, man. That was awesome hanging out. You just have such a great energy, man. I love that.
Well, you know what? First of all, I give you guys prop. There's not a lot of streamers who code and stream. So, I mean, hats off to you guys. All the Hexicans are talking about it. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Helps me get it done, dude. Like I'd be goofing off, like scrolling Reddit, like all that, but not when I'm live.
Totally. So, I think you answered my question from Fer, but just to confirm, I want to still ask it. So let's say minted team, no doubt about it, right? So let's say, you guys launched and I didn't stake it, but then I want to stake, let's say a month later, sometime in November. So I basically gain the rewards the following year after the base perpetual is over.
Yeah. So the deadline for the first year rewards is when the first base stake starts. So if you start your team stake after, you're just locked in for the following year. So definitely if you want to earn from that first year, lock them in. But then if you miss it, then you're just locked in for that next year, and you don't really get anything special for locking in so early. But
yeah,
so yeah.
All right. Got it, my man. Love you. Love all the Pulse Hexican Nation. And everyone have a good night and keep doing what you're doing, my man.
Thanks, man. We'll see you soon.
All right, brother. Bye.
Hey guys, just to play devil's advocate. So Dipcatcher was mentioning before that like how difficult of a decision is, between holding your MAXI or minting it for team, just as minting, your hex for MAXI was. Is there any thought that maybe we're just deluding ourselves and maybe we're just kind of distracting ourselves in a bear market, or are we thinking that maybe like we are going to get some increased liquidity like from other markets or communities, or are we kind of just like trading a dime for 2 nickels?
Well, so I think that limiting it to MAXI actually increases the potential for other markets to come in after, because like you had to have had the MAXI first, and I think that like we specifically wanted to like not kind of like make it too big in a way, where and that's why you had to have MAXI. MAXI's fairly illiquid to buy, and so basically the people that have the most are the people that minted MAXI, and so we wanted to reward those people, but yeah, I mean there's definitely like kind of what you described there is like boredom, where it's kind of just switching from one to the other, but it's not like you're just like swapping one thing for another. It's just like team has its own it's like its own entire ecosystem, and I think a lot of people are interested in team because of just like kind of like aside from just the financial aspect of it, like there's this really strong like community aspect to it where like you're part of the team, and that's really what we want to cultivate. And so and also, I mean, I think that what we're trying to put on display, especially like with this launch, is that like like us as just normal team members, like we want to build and keep building on this thing, even though it's a completed product and everything launches as if it's going to be the last thing that's ever built. Like these contracts are extensible, and so they can be built upon without changing anything with the existing operation. And so I think that that's really what we're trying to just kind of put on display and kind of lead by example, is that team is whatever we make it. And so I think that, and it has like, that really powerful like income distribution system with the team staking rewards, where it like they can earn rewards from any source. And so I think that that's kind of, there's more than just like the financial aspect of it. And I think that that's, part of what's driving people to it. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I fully agree with your sentiment that like, bear market people are just kind of like anxiously wanting to do something with their coins. And it's, I view that as it's better that if people are going to just like be bored and do something, it's better that they do something good, instead of just like getting suckered into something. So, and that's like what we, try to produce for people. Like if you're going to be bored and do something, you might as well, join this awesome DAO.
Yeah, I think you kind of just demonstrated like the difference, right, between Maximus and some of the other derivatives is the team, right? The competency of the team, the tokenomics. I mean, you guys are, first class. So I think that's also, a big difference too.
Thank you. That really means a lot.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys, you and Golkey, have long-term stakes, like long-term hex stakes? I totally realize it's a personal question, but I was just curious.
Oh yeah, I mean,
okay,
yeah, we do. So I'm in the position where I got in very early, and I just full sent it. So most of my stakes are very long, but we're 1,000 days in now, which is crazy to think about. And I'm very grateful, that rather than a lot of people did shorter stakes and have seen, financial gains already. But also that's why I truly love, these alpha tokens, is because I would have liked to lock in some of the 10,000x that first run. And, at the same time, like, who knows when the next 10,000x is. So that's why I love the liquidity aspect of the alpha tokens is I do trust myself, but I do want the option to be able to lock in some gains into the next price run. So, but yeah, as far as like native hex stakes go, my average is very long. So,
hey, Golkey, I got a question for you, man. I know I've seen some like websites that kind of like show like on the like hex newbie type websites where you have a link directory. I don't know exactly where they're all located, but it would be great to find out which ones are like the top 3, and then put team and the perpetuals and the stake pools all on there. But do you ever see a day where you guys could talk to Richard and add your products to hex.com? I know that sounds so stupid, but honestly, it's a really good question because I think it helps the ecosystem. So what are your thoughts?
So, I mean, that would be awesome. Maximus DAO is like one of maybe 3 products that Richard Hart's ever mentioned and said good things about. But at the same time, he's definitely said, why would I promote other tickers that aren't mine? So I think there's a balance there. I think he's made it known that he sees the value in what we're doing and he thinks it's cool. But as far as like actual partnership with like hex.com, I don't foresee that ever happening, but like that doesn't really stop us. And that's not really like, we're trying to really expand Hex beyond what Hex is today and bring in a lot of new people. And, there's a reason why we're one of, we're not like utilizing Hex's branding in any way as far as colors go, or like using hexagons, and that's intentional. We really are trying to expand. And I think what's funny is actually Dipcatcher's built some things that are on hex.com. Like he built the MaxLink stake bot, which is listed. I believe your other site was listed for a while, Dipcatcher, but I don't know if it's up anymore.
Which one? Hex.cash?
I think Hex.cash was on there. I don't know since they revamped the Hex.com site if it's there anymore, but it used to be. But yeah, I mean, alongside everything we're doing with Maximus, like we're still very involved with kind of the core movement of Hex and building tools for that. But I don't know.
Richard does not see you guys as a threat, does he?
No, he mentioned. I mean, he mentioned us in a. He did like a live stream conference talk this past week at PulseCon, where he streamed in and was talking, and he mentioned us as part of the like fully vertically integrated Hex ecosystem, alongside Pulse Chain, his own wallet. He mentioned us and Hedron, and so he definitely thinks that what we're doing is like a powerful force forward, and it comes kind of straight out the horse's mouth. Like before Hex even launched, in some of his old live streams, he discusses like what a potential secondary market for Hex stakes looks like, and his the way he framed it was different than how we implemented it, but he said that it's absolutely possible, and that's even why the bigger pays better bonus existed, was to incentivize that. And so in general, I'm pretty certain that he supports it. I think if it had admin keys and there's all this other stuff, then he probably wouldn't. But the overall, kind of across the board, he has expressed support. And I mean, last I looked, he was still following me on Twitter, and so I obviously haven't annoyed him too much, talking about team, but I think that he probably either doesn't care and just isn't aware of it, or he does agree that it is like a positive growth factor for Hex, especially because it is it's like it's reintroducing the referral system, where in the past he's talked about like people potentially being able to like organize and like fundraise for their own referral thing, where people would like put Hex in a pool, and then if you referred people you could get it. So like I but also we've never asked him for help. Like the last time I DM'd him was like we had a conversation, like this had to have been in like 2020 or so, and I think it was right after a big payday. And so it's not like I'm like asking him for help or asking him for anything. We just kind of do our own thing and just let our actions and results kind of speak for themselves. And because even though he created it and he's the number one influential figure in it, it's not like we had to ask him for permission to do it. This stuff is permissionless software, so like we can do what we choose with it.
What if some other projects give Richard, you're number one and you're basically wanting to get on. I would want to get on as a team member. I would want to get on Hex.com. What if the team contract gave Richard 5% or 2% or 1% as I don't know. I don't know if you could give Richard it or the 08 wallets it. I don't know how all that works, but as a token of gesture consideration.
People are free to send him whatever they want. It's kind of too late to do that for that. And in the past he's sold, his coins that he gets. And it's like, rather than giving it to him, I'd rather give coins to perpetual pool stakers or people that like need it. He doesn't need that's not going to change his life. Maybe a nice gesture, but he'd probably be more thankful if I ever saw him in person and I bought him dinner. Like he says he loves getting dinner paid for. So I think that that type of gesture would probably be a little bit stronger, as opposed to that is a cool idea, but I think those coins are most likely to be sold. And I think that like the amount of money that we are, because like he's made it very, very clear, like, by him wanting to launch Pulse Chain, he's made it very clear that he cares a lot about people paying high gas fees. And we're here solving that problem alongside with him from a completely different angle. And so, I think that those types of things he's probably more appreciative of than just getting like another coin. And yeah, it's.
Can you think of a way to get on Hex.com, or is that not even really important? I think it's important because I'm a pleb, dude. I'm just over here thinking of ways to get on Hex.com. That would be amazing. But can you think of another way?
I think that we're more likely to get on it by him just like adding a section about like kind of like the ecosystem, as opposed to like asking. It's almost like a thing like if you were to ask, he'd probably just say, "What are you asking me that for?" and like no. Whereas like it came to him that it should be on there, it's most likely to happen. And so that's probably, I'd say the best ways if we just like continue to knock it out of the park and delivering value to X, and kind of let that stuff go. But yeah, I mean, if someone felt compelled to ask, then, by all means, anyone could do that.
Great questions. Yeah, I mean that would be awesome. I feel like one day it's just gonna be, we're gonna build some tools that are just undeniable. I mean already they're doing really well, so that would be awesome one day. But again, yeah, we never really asked. So yeah, everyone tweeted Richard Hart, hey. No, don't do that. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so it looks like we got some people tuning in. We're doing a little AMA, everything going on with the Maximus style launches, with the Perpetuals, Maximus team, Diamond Hands. So feel free to request if you want to come up and ask anything.
Did you see the trio pass base today?
Did it?
Yeah.
Let's check it. Yeah, today was a huge day. It was like 15 million hex. Oh yeah, trios now over 16 million. 103 million total, 10,848 T-shares so far. 35.99 million T minted. Awesome.
Oh my God, I forgot I'm still live streaming. See if any of my live stream chat. Someone asks, Pepe asks, does the staked team get bonuses from the time lock perpetuals and the non-time lock perpetuals? Yeah, so the team rewards come from the like when the stake ends. So it has nothing to do with the time locking of the tokens. Pepe says, spending my day off with UDC. Thank you, Pepe. You've been on all day long. That's awesome. Today, for the new people listening, today I built the Maximus Diamond Hand contracts on live and got it done just like 2 hours. About 2 hours it took. But mainly because it just was basically copying and modifying the team staking contract. But yeah, so we have that coming up for our perpetual pool stakers. And I think that's going to be pretty valuable to the people that participate.
It looks like we got Claz up here. How's it going, Claz?
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? You guys are doing a great job. So firstly, I just wanted to congratulate you on your products. You're just doing an awesome, fantastic job for the community. So thank you. Secondly, I wanted to ask about DESI. I haven't committed to DESI yet because I wanted to see if it would reach the bigger pay better bonus. So what is the likelihood, do you think, that it will reach the bigger pay better bonus? And if it doesn't, would it still run at a premium?
So the bigger pays, but like that's like just the maximum, like the 150 million. That's just the maximum. So, that stake currently gets, if it's a third of the way there, that's like a 3% instead of the maximum 10% bonus. But for those longer stakes, actually, the bigger pays better is actually a really small portion of the bonuses. It makes up about 3% because the longer pays better bonus is 200%. And so the bigger pays better is actually quite small for the longer stakes. It makes more of a difference on the shorter ones. But it scales up to that 10% bonus all the way up to 150 million. And so I think we can. I mean, we have 14 days left. The last mint phase was 14 days. for MAXI. And so we have 14 days left, and so I think that we have, a strong last 2 weeks left to drive all these pools up near those levels. But yeah, so, it does, I think it does have a good chance of reaching that.
Awesome. Thanks for that. My other question, with the diamond hands with Desi, do you have to lock it for the full 10 years, or do you still decide what time period you lock it within that 10 years?
Yeah, so it's for the full 10 years. So the diamond hands thing is like as if you were staked on your own in terms of the lockup. But you save on fees hugely, and you earn more yield than staking on your own. So it's like kind of like as if you're still doing the full like hard lock, but then you can leave at any point, but then you're going to experience that early unlock penalty, which the penalty itself has not been determined yet. So that will be finalized here in the next couple of days.
Awesome. And my last, sorry, I've got my baby in the background.
Oh no, that's amazing.
My last question, and you might not be able to answer. I want to answer this question, but in terms of your percentage of your Maximus holding, I don't even know if you guys hold your own coins or not, but what percentage would you convert into team, and what percentage of that would you stake?
I mean, that's definitely like it's one of those things where it's like a personal like decision. Like everyone's situation is different, and so like the risk tolerance is different. And also it's hard to even guess what's the right answer is going to be, so, it is a very, very difficult question. I will say that, like team has like the higher upside potential than MAXI, because it's basically the hex price times the earnings. Whereas the team kind of can, it's not really bounded by anything. It could really take on a life of its own. And so it has probably higher upside, but also the whole team minting mechanism has like a really positive effect on the value of the MAXI. And so, holding some MAXI is good, but again, like it is, I couldn't give a good answer on that. It's just like everyone's.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you just at least tell us which would be more risky in terms of risk factor? It's like, is it more risky to have liquid team or more risky to have stake team? I don't even know.
So if you're gonna have team, it's probably worth it to stake, most of it. But also, keeping some team liquid, because if everyone's staking, and that can cause the price to go up. Then you have liquid team to be able to sell into that pump, as opposed to if you're 100% staked and you still might want to sell, then you have to bear that 3.69% early unstaked team penalty. And so it's definitely a balance. Like if you want to have the option to sell into a pump, then holding some amount of your team liquid is a good way to do that. And staking team, especially in years when there's overlap with multiple pools. So like year 3 when like base and trio both end, or year 7 when base and lucky both end. And then also, in years 3, 6, and 9, where you have, base, trio, and that MAXI rebate. Those I think are good ones to stake in, but also those are good ones to, at least leading up to it, good ones to not stake in, because if those cause a lot of positive price action, then maybe you want to sell into that. And so, the whole point of team is staking to earn that yield. So, if you're going to have it, you might as well be. But then, you just need to know, be able to answer that question for yourself. Like, if the price gets to some level, would I want to sell, and how much? So, sorry if that was like a non-answer, but it is worth staking, and I do think it's worth minting. But you definitely want to achieve the balance that fits, the risk that you're willing to tolerate, and your time frame. So that's kind of the best way I could put that.
Do you mind to just go through some basics of the team staking? So if you stake team early, you have to restake or commit every year. But then is there an advantage of starting the stake earlier on?
Well, so you need to stake, like, so for instance, the deadline to stake team starts when the base stake starts. So when that 1 year perpetual pool is going, like the base stake is the calendar for team staking. So when that one starts, that's the deadline for staking team. And and you need to hold your team staked during the whole entire base stake in order to earn your cut of all the income that arrived during that year. So the base stake and then any other sources of funds, wherever they may come from. And you have to renew your stake every year. So to lock into the next year, at any time during the current year, you can lock in. And so that it's done to where you have to renew the stake every year. It's done that because the whole point of team is to be a growth engine for the perpetual pools. And so we don't want like all the incentive rewards to go to people that may be potentially inactive or lost their keys or, somehow are just no longer in possession of those. And so the staking is meant to be more active, where you prove that you're active in order to earn that yield. And so you prove you're active by checking in with the contract at least once a year. And also there's no like benefit to staking other than just like earning rewards for all the periods. There's not like a longer pays better or like earlier pays better thing. Like in Hex, where like the oldest Hex stakers get the most yield. Because the share rate was lower and it always goes up, and so it's harder to get the same number of T shares. So we didn't do that because we always want there to be meat on the bone for new people coming in, and if like old existing people always have a permanent advantage, then that can make it less attractive of an opportunity for new people, and so we wanted to kind of balance that there. So that's why again why there's like a renew your stake every year type of system. And if you early end stake before, like, so say you start your stake before the deadline, but then you end it midway through, you don't get any rewards from that period, and you lose out on 3.69% of the amount that you early unlocked. And you don't have to unlock everything. So like when you end your stake, you type in an amount, and that amount is it doesn't have to be all of it. So say you need like a little bit of cash and you're all the way staked, you could sell, 10% of your staked team, and then you only got the penalty on the amount that you early unlocked. So it is a very flexible staking system. And the penalty is just permanently burnt. So the total supply of team just kind of dwindles away over time as people early end stake. And I think that's it. I think that's all the stuff about staking.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's awesome. So the deadline for the first team stake is 14 days from now. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. Thanks. That's all my questions. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So my phone's at like 1%. Mm-hmm. If I get cut off, it's because of that. when it comes towards the end of the base and it's winding down, and then, like you said, some of the people are going to be staking team, but they miss a deadline, or they staked early or late, I guess, depending on how you're coming at it. So let's say in 17 days, someone goes to stake team. Are you going to like have a pop up like, you know, the current year is now expired. You are staking for 2023 bonus year or 2024 bonuses. Like, is there some kind of like flashing like a board, like don't stake it if you think you're staking for this year?
So right now on the site there is not, but that probably is a good thing to do. It does say what year you're staking into, but there's nothing that's like blatantly like, hey, you missed the deadline, or anything of that nature. But that's an easy thing to add, and I think that probably would be a good thing, is just to say, hey, like, you're,
or just like a light, green light, yellow light, just kind of like, green light. Yep, I know I'm staking, or I'm staking, and it's not for them. I'm not getting in bonuses for this year. I missed it. Yep, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Or yellow light, maybe I think about what you're doing here, and red light, no, turn around. I don't want to stake because I don't want to lose the 3.69% or whatever that is, and I'll wait until put a reminder on there. I think I've mentioned that a couple of times to set a reminder thing, but the other thing is the amount of websites that I'm finding different things and information. I was just on the Maximus DAO. I was on the Maximus Cash, I think. Can you have links for everything on each one? So I can, like, if I'm on one site, but then I can go pull over to the Maximus DAO site. Like, do all the sites connect?
So Maximus DAO links to all, maximus.com links to all of them, but as far as like between team.maximus.cash and perpetuals.maximus.cash, for instance, they do not, but we totally can. That's not a problem. I'll try to add that maybe tonight.
Like, where you just went to go check the stats, is that on the Maximus DAO website?
So I haven't added that one to it yet, because that's one I actively work on, and I try not to actively work on the sites that people are minting on, and so I'm
fair enough.
Yeah, but it is at a point where it is ready to just like add to it. So I'll go ahead and just add those links now, because you're like the third person that's brought that up to me in the last couple of days. And so I might as well just go in and just quickly just add the links, and then add the dashboard thing to see the numbers. So
same with Diamond Hand. Like, when I'm on the Maximus DAO website, Diamond Hand should be like, new feature, new product. Did you know about this? Like, just something where I'm being every site is almost a one-stop shopping, but depending on what site I saw, say your Twitter or someone was mentioning it, I can click on it and just always it'll always reconnect. Everything's all connected, regardless of which website I show up on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that feedback. And we will, you're 100% right that we absolutely should have that. And that's not too hard to add.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. That's really good. And yeah, I think it should be easy on the mint page or the stake page for team. We can definitely have like a modal pop up that'll just like when you go to that site, just letting them know that they're staking for the next stake period. So that's really good feedback. And then I will definitely work on so maximusdao.com is on Webflow, and it's the kind of more marketing site, and then maximus.cash is the DApp site. So I think it would be good to link the DApp back to the main site as well. But yeah, thank you so much.
Anywhere that has a button that says buy Maxi, I'm all for it. Just press that button.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, shit, I don't have enough. Or I don't even honestly know at this point, because I'm a noob and I don't understand like premiums and different. It was just fearful because I don't for doing dollar cost averaging, different things like that. When I first bought back when you guys first launched the Maximus, I minted. Buying today with premiums and what did I pay for it then? Going forward, I mean, I really get a little bit like, I guess I understand that part, like the gaps in the prices. Like you've had quite a bit of fluctuation in the last couple of weeks. So just kind of understanding pricing and when, I think every time's a good time because you're dollar cost averaging to buy MAXI. I definitely want to be holding on to it in 15 years. But for right now, to take all my MAXI and turn it into team, but knowing I can pick up, because I got 14 more years, I'll pick up some more later. I guess it's kind of just balancing that out.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of comparing the. I mean, and that's kind of the speculation of it is that with MAXI, even though it's kind of uncertain what the earnings are going to be, it's like how many T-shares there are, and so you can roughly calculate. Like I calculate it based on T-shares times daily payout per T-share, which is roughly like 6.2 times the number of days. It's like how much it may earn. And then with team, like because it has, right now there's 4 stake pools that pay into it, and those haven't, those still have 14 days left of minting. And then who knows what other stake pools may exist in, a couple of years, couple months, whatever. That one's like there's more uncertainty there. But because it's not tied to the hex price so much, like it's kind of unbounded, and it's like higher risk, like newer thing. And like, maybe as those earnings grow, like the demand for it grows and the staking grows. And so that puts a reduction on the like the active supply. It can grow a lot, but I mean, it's definitely, you should definitely just look within, like trust your gut, because there's no way to know if it's whatever the right strategy was till afterwards. And just kind of having exposure to all just kind of makes you, lets you capture some of the upside. And even if one drastically outperforms the other, as long as you have both, that's like you'll be fine. It's definitely, definitely a long game on all these assets. But you don't need to put a lot of pressure on yourself to like completely nail the perfect balance, because there's no way to know what's going to happen until it already happens. And then from there, it's just like, as long as you're in the game, you're at least putting yourself in the position for high growth opportunities. And that's kind of the best you can shoot for.
That's great. Yep. Thanks. I mean, it's just a matter of, you only got so much to spread out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to dilute yourself by taking what's maybe small amount you have and trying to spread it out to everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if you only have so much to work with, you want to, like, I'm certainly going to hold MAXI, just even a little bit, because I think it's always going to count if there's any airdrops, no expectations, etc. But it's just having a little piece of it. I don't feel like whales, sharks, whatever marine animal that you're associated with doesn't seem to be as much in play, because there's just so much. Seems to be fewer people that hold it. And then this whole new, I really do like the strategy. And I know Maddie's doing something similar where you're allowing people who do not have deep pockets that they can really benefit from this. And I really do feel that was part of the vision that Richard had. And that, I think he would embrace and does embrace anyone who is paying your future self, keeping it real, not a lot of bells and whistles. I think you're really following the same, and it's like an offspring. It's like, it's an offspring of something that he came up with. And I think that, if he could promote you on hex.com, he would, but, I think that would just open up a whole can of worms. But I think you guys know how he feels about you. And I think your community resonates that you guys are doing a great project. And And I think we can all thank you, and our future selves thank you.
Thank you so much. That really means a lot that you say that. And, that's really, that's really why we do all this. And we really appreciate you being here with us in this moment. I feel like this is a really exciting time, and I'm just thankful to get to share this moment with everybody.
Looks like we got Edgewind up on stage. How's it going? By the way, Edgewind, thank you for you've been super active on Twitter, man. Thank you so much for promoting the good news about the Perpetuals and team. I really appreciate it, and I know our community does too. Looks like we lost him. So I've got about 10 minutes left before I gotta go eat dinner. But yeah, if anyone's got any, Hexlev, what's up?
Hey, so because I was just thinking about Desi for a second, and it's just minted with Hex, and like that would be like today's Hex price, which is so low and so affordable. If you could just give me some alpha brain power, how will Desi's premium be worth more than Trio's premium in 1,125 days? I have no idea how to answer that question. That's why I'm here.
Well, so Trio will probably not have a premium in 1,125 days because it's redeemable in 1,111 days. And so whatever the earnings are of Trio, the price will basically jump to that right when the stake ends, because it's mintable and redeemable at whatever the rate is based on the earnings. So Trio, if I'm looking at the dashboard right now, Trio is going to earn like 15.96 per year. So 15.96 times 3. So that's like going to be 1.5. And then, so that's like 1.5 redemption. And Desi is earning 29% per year. So like after 3 years, Desi will be backed by 1.9 Hex. So, but in 3 years, who knows if like the market will be at a premium to the underlying asset value or a discount. With Desi, because it's so long, and we haven't experienced MAXI in 3 years. So far we've seen MAXI all the way up in premium land for the 4 months that we've been live, but who knows what that actually looks like after like an extended period of time. And so it's very hard to say. But there's a chance, say that, Trio will be redeemable at 1.5 in 3 years, but after 3 years of Desi, what if Desi's trading at a discount to the net asset value of where by then it'll earn like 1.9. And so 1.9 divided by 1.5, or here, 1.5 over 1.9, that would be like a 22% discount. So like there's absolutely a chance, like that's not even a shocking discount to me, especially like early on in the stake, especially if it gets to a really high premium early on and it just has like a big retrace. That there absolutely could be a 22% discount in 3 years. And in that case, the Desi price would be equal to the Trio price. So after 3 years, if Desi's at a 22% discount to the current earnings to date, then it would be roughly equal to the value of Trio, which is very certain will be about 1.5, because it will have been redeemed at that 3-year mark. That's an interesting question, though.
Okay, thank you. That's awesome math. I almost got it all. I mean, so your Trio is 15.96% per year times 3. I didn't put it into the calculator, but you told me it's 1.5. Is that because
what, like 1.48?
Okay. Now I see what you're doing. The math. I see. There's a one, obviously, because it's a 1-to-1, and then the 4.8 is the 15.96 times 3.
Yep.
I got it. And so you're assuming the worst case scenario for Desi in your last example, but actually, there still could be a very good. I mean, I don't know why that would happen in your scenario. Like, it would probably be. I don't know. It's hard to speculate, but if everything were the same in 3 years for all your coins, all the perpetuals, they were all doing well. I mean, why would MAXI trade lower in 3 years? So why would Desi? So could you just give me the idea of, so basically 30%, 30, 60, 90. So Desi could be trading at a 1.9. Oh, I see what you mean now. So that's not worse. That's good, right?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go on.
If Desi were to remain constant for 3 years, it would be trading at a 1.9.
Yeah, like if Desi's price matched its earnings in Hex, then it would be at about 1.9 after 3 years. But, at that 3-year mark, who knows what else is going on in the market? Who knows what other types of things could go? And also, I mean, all it takes is a couple big sellers to really nuke a price. Even though these pools are very well distributed in terms of the supply, if it's like a screaming bull market at that time, then people that minted their Desi would probably tolerate selling at a discount if the Hex that it's all denominated in is up by 1,000x. Like if it's up 1,000x, then and you choose to sell at a 20% discount to the net asset value, then okay, cool, you're up 800x, right? Like, which is fine. And so we could see big discounts during bull markets is just because the ROI experienced by the holder of the perpetual pool token is amplified by the earnings. And so, it's the Hex price times the earnings. And so if the underlying Hex goes up by a lot, then maybe they'll be very willing to just sell. And a lot of people may be selling because like their dollar value is up massively, even though in Hex, they might be selling at a discount relative to the amount of Hex it's backed by in that moment. But their performance just may be so high that they just don't really care.
So if Hex was 40 cents, you take 0.40 times 1.9.
Yes.
And you get 0.76 cents. That would be insane. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Damn, dude. I hadn't even put it in that frame yet. I hadn't even expressed it in that way of like, if Hex is 40 cents in 3 years, then Desi's like net asset value equivalent is 70 cents. Oh my God, dude, you just gave us a brand new sales pitch for these coins.
Sweet.
I really appreciate it, man. I've really enjoyed getting to know you.
I'm glad we get along so well. Hey, because I got along with you so well, your system is so easy to understand, even though there's so much to it. It's just easier to dive into this ecosystem for me. But I missed a 20x on Hedron.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's tough, dude, because like when the prices are low, no one wants to buy. That's why the prices are low,
Yeah.
And it's, it is tough, to do that. But, that's why, we're glad that all of our products kind of, we get to capture a lot of that upside of Hedron, like with MAXI, it's like MAXI is going to be one of the largest Hedron holders at the end. The perpetuals, because like the earnings come in Hedron as well. That can really boost. So, we really root for a high Hedron price.
Well, the Maximus ecosystem is just like such a safer ecosystem to me in a strange way. I don't know why, but I do know why. I know why. It's because I know it's backing it. It's backed by Hex, and I guess Hedron is too. But the Icosis system is kind of, very different, very, very different. But that's why I like this. That's why I like hanging out in this ecosystem, and I like hanging out in theirs too. don't get me wrong. If I was a YouTuber, I would have, like Sam Stolt, I would have been, or, you know, like Jim Rat. If I was a YouTuber, I wouldn't have missed out on some stuff, but I got a regular life. I got a regular job, and, you know, I try to do my best, but I like your ecosystem. Anyway, dude,
Thanks,
later, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, man. Bye.
Can I just ask on the tail end of that, because that was a lot of math and my brain was taking it all in, and that's really awesome. I need to see it on paper. But the team bonuses, some of the team perks is when people early end stake, right?
Yes, because that causes the supply to go down. And so if you don't early end stake and someone else does, it's like your piece of the pie grew a little bit, because now as the total percent of all team, you now have a little bit more.
So by the rationale, as you guys were speaking, as far as there being a hex surge in price, and people like, oh, mathing this is easy, I'm going to sell, or I'm going to early end stake my. So that's good. Like that as a price. I mean, it's relative. So if the price of hex goes up to 40 cents, 60 cents, whatever, and people are ending their stakes, that could be good to be holding team.
Yeah, well, so when we were talking about like people like that example of hex price going up to 40 cents, and then we were talking about people selling their perpetual pool tokens early. But also, I mean, you know, the team earnings come primarily in hex and hedron. So like if the hex value goes up, then that makes the value of the team earnings go up. And if the value of the team earnings go up, then perhaps there may be more demand for team. And so kind of like like it's like a parallel example to what we just gave, where if the hex price goes up, then maybe people would be willing to sell their DESI tokens at a discount because the total value is up by so much measured in dollars. That similar thing can happen if the team price goes up a lot, and people are willing to sell or early end stake their team, give up that year's stake rewards, and also bear that 3.69% penalty, because maybe just the value of the team is up so much that they don't even care about that. So that's a really important aspect of it. And I let me pull up this tweet that I had said. Let's see, early end stake. I made a chart. I tried to depict. I tried to depict the. Let's see. Game theory. Let me try to find this tweet.
I've seen that chart twice, and I haven't really figured it out yet. I can't wait to see it again.
Yeah, so I'll explain it right now. So here, I just shared it in this room, and what this shows is that, like when you look at that picture, I think that the times that we see the most early end stake penalties is going to be at times at either like a bear market in team or a bull market in team, because when the price is going down, like, and it maybe even be kind of timed up with the like the start of a new staking period. So what I showed there, like in the bottom right, like that blue box, it says that's pointing at the like cycle low that happens like after a staking period starts, where it shows like, and when you look at the team supply, like it says orange bars signify times of high early end staking, which drives team supply down. So I tried to show the team supply kind of going down and where it accelerates around times where there may be high early end staking. And I think those happen at like the bottoms and tops of cycles. So at the bottoms, that may happen as stakers from the last period who didn't restake are ending stake and then selling team. And then at the same time, since the next staking period doesn't start for almost a year, team buyers aren't so urgent because they just have time. You're not like rushing to get into that period. And so price may go down as a result. And then as the price goes down, perhaps like people panic sell their team and they early end stake it. So like as the price is going down, I think we could see some early end staking, which can cause reduction in supply. But then also, on the upside, like leading closer to the start of a new staking period, perhaps buyers for the next staking period start pushing the team price up. And then as the team price rises, more team stakers are willing to tolerate the 3.69% early end stake penalty. And so they end the stake and then sell into the pump. And so I think that like around cycle highs and cycle lows is probably where we see the most early end staking. And that's kind of what I was describing with the people willing to sell their DESI tokens at a discount, is if like the underlying price is so high that they're willing to bear that discount because they're still up a lot from what they had put in, 3 years ago. So it's kind of a similar phenomena there, where as the just like ROI on their investment goes up, then you're willing to tolerate that penalty. And that's what we saw, even in Hex, like when the prices were all-time highs, there was a lot of early end staking because, people gave up their yield, but the total value of what they still got was still really high. And then that may, similar psychology may take place in our markets.
But not if you have the diamond hands.
Yeah. Oh, see, and that even with the diamond hands, if people early end stake, then the diamond hand earners are going to earn even more, because like a bull market during a diamond hand sequence could be like a hugely lucrative event for the people that stick it out. Because if someone ends their diamond hands to go and sell into the pump, then their penalty is distributed to the people that stick around. And so, what if in DESI, it's a 10-year cycle? What if within there's like 3 separate like macro bull runs, and at like the peaks of those bull runs, and then also at the lows of the bull runs? So maybe there's like 6 events where people are just like gonna either panic sell in the lows or just like, sell the pump in the highs. Like there may be like 6 unique time periods where we see a lot of early unlocking from the diamond hands system. And so the people that do stick it out, like maybe from their perspective, while like a normal DESI holder experiences a 30% earnings per year, maybe that extra bonus earnings from diamond hands, maybe from that person's perspective, they earned like 50% per year or something like that. That could totally happen. Great question. Thanks for bringing that topic up.
And every year, end of September, you can buy base, you can buy trio, you can buy DESI.
Yeah, so every year base, every 3 years, you can mint new trio. You can always buy them at any time, but you can mint them whenever the stakes end.
Okay. So next year, you can only buy. You can't buy DESI for 10 years. Like this is the 2-week window that's left.
Yeah, it's a 2-week window to mint it. But you can always buy it on the market from someone. Yeah. So you can't mint more DESI, for that 10-year period. So.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but there may be new stakes coming up in the next, couple months. But this is like the first cohort of them.
So it's the last time for if I'm gonna buy like $1,000 worth of DESI, and I want to put 10% of it into the diamond hands pool. Now's the last time I can do that.
Yes.
Really, really great questions. This space has been amazing. Thank you for everyone that has hopped in. A lot of towards the end there, we were getting a little more game theory and more in depth, but really the beauty of these projects is they're very simple. With the perpetuals, you just buy Hex, you pick which pool or pools you want to join, and you mint your pool tokens 1-to-1. For team, you buy MAXI, you mint team 1-to-1, and then you can stake it. So with the perpetuals, we're also launching Diamond Hands, which will allow you to essentially stake your pool tokens and have the opportunity to earn from early unlock penalties. So very exciting. Dipcatcher just finished the Diamond Hands contract today. So we're going to be in talks with the auditor to hopefully have them just have a quick turnaround, and we'll launch that hopefully within the next couple days. And if you want to participate in that, you'll need perpetual tokens, and then you will need to stake those before the end of the mint period, which is 14 days away. So 14 days left in the launch phase for minting. Already over 100 million hex in the perpetual pools, and team is about 35 million. MAXI's been used to mint team. So we're on track. We're doing good. I think it's going to get crazy these last 2 weeks. We're definitely going to be putting out a lot more information. So if you're not already following this account, hit that follow button. And then if you want to check out our site, it's maximusdow.com. And definitely follow Dipcatcher as well. He's going to be streaming, building, and doing a lot of good stuff. So again, thank you guys for all being here. Dipcatcher, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's it. Thank you all so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. You guys are amazing.
Awesome. Cool. And this space is recorded. So at the beginning, I did do like an overview of the different products, a little more in depth. And then we answered some really good questions throughout this. So feel free to listen back after this is over. But again, thank you guys so much, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Bye, everybody. All right. I totally forgot I was even on live still. Let's see. I'll answer these last couple questions, and I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Pepe asked, what I meant is the perpetuals reward the stake team. Now that you're building another contract, does all the perpetuals, do those get reward as well to team stakers, double rewards? No. So, I mean, the new Diamond Hand thing, it incentivizes new pool participation. So in that way, it like rewards team. But as of now, there's no like direct team rewards that come out of it. So, but that is a cool idea. Hope that makes sense. Almost something like that genocide did. That would probably be beneficial. They can buy hex too and put in the perpetuals. Pepe says, similar to native hex stakes, just trustless pools and lots more yield than hex coins, solving the outrageous gas fees you don't have to pay, and it pumps hex at the same time. No brainer. Yeah, you get it, dude. You know what's going on. But compared to those, your percent of the total doesn't change. Not sure what he quite means. All about the liquidity. How much longer to mint team? Just under 14 days. You guys rock. Feel privileged to be participating. Thank you. You rock too. All right, you guys. What a stream. 7 hours. You guys are awesome. I'm going to go ahead and sign off, go eat dinner with my wife. But till then, till next time, I'll talk to you later. See you guys.